That's why the biggest investment we had is $500 up to $1 billion worth of drugs that they are facilitating and bringing in. But you see what we're doing? We're not doing drug business here. This is serious business. There's a lot of money. This is serious commitment.
You spoke about reconciliation. Does that mean that you're going to reach out to your friends like Thomas Fala, Sir Joseph, and the rest of other people that left your party?
Well, reconciliation doesn't mean that you're going to go look for individual. Reconciliation means that we must understand that we all can live together, we can work together in our party. So reconciliation in our party, it got nothing to do with other people's party. Those that we're reconciling is the people that have issues in our party. Because if we reconcile our own party, then we can foster reconciliation somewhere else.
Well, today you enter your convention here in the USA. What's your impression so far?
What
That's why any child Nima who go on the radio and say anything about me, I will not say anything to him. Because there's virtue in silence. Sometimes you go very out of emotion, you talk something. When you leader, you gotta take time to talk because words are bullet. When you speak there, don't come back. And so I can show you the errors. You hear me talking, it means then you're not car. We in a room, and I'm talking in our room. Other than that, they will, anybody say my yes sir, I will leave it because their job is a package. You see the convoy I can't wait? And the good thing inside, you know the bad thing inside, they will cause you, they will cause your man. They will do so. It's a package, and you're enjoying the convert too. You're taking the market too. Everything going together. You got to be managing it.
In no time, everybody now they have one ambition. You know, some people say they want to be speaker, they want to be deputy speaker, some want to be president. How can you be a minister in the government? So what have you seen? Are you not convinced that the woman will be re-elected as a bona fide United Party partisan? When this woman is re-elected, you have space in the government? If you're doing well, because if the government is re-elected, you got a job. So why you want to go fight for one district seat? That means something not right. And the president needs to hear this. Those that in the cycle of the president, he must begin to just out those that want to be representatives, senators, president, while he's serving as president. And I will say this again, they will get at me. Meaning you don't believe in this government, you do not believe in this president job that he's doing. You fake it. So those that are in this category, they must be put to check. Let us go and do their work so that the government can shine. So the government can be respected by the Liberian people, so they can be re-elected, somebody can get a job. But if the government is not re-elected, what assurance you get that you're going to be representative or senator? Then you begin to want. You're going to put your hands in a cookie jar. Because you want to start running campaign. You want to start running campaign so soon, you want to get distracted.
This is your code. Take possession of it. As the representative said, we want to see you collaborating and cooperating and making sure that you make use of the court. Respect the judges. When you receive a paper from the court, don't say that challenge it. Come to the court and tell the court this is my reason. Don't refuse. People have a habit of burning government property down. This, I hope, will not happen here. Anybody attempting to burn court or police station while I'm teaching, say, we are not going to establish new player for you. But I can tell you that you will not come back to your people on their leave. We will make sure. Confusion is everywhere. Every society, government, got good and bad people. There are a lot of good people in the market, but there are a lot of bad ones too. Prophet Key is an example. They spoiling the good name of Nima people, they spoiling the good name of people from Sabata district. In our society, nobody abuse woman court. If you do it in the town and you are a man, the men discipline you. If you do it as a woman, the women discipline you. But unfortunately, we have one child from a mother who decided to live with abusive women. Today, we lack you, will remain there until otherwise the time is completed. Then last week, his parents, people from the town came to me and gave me cola and white chicken. They say when somebody abuses an old lady in your mind, 90 plus years old, it's okay. We come to play with your mind. I took it. But I told them from the key we serve his thing. They said, I don't know what we came for. That's the kind of person I am. But the issue that society is disciplined.
And when she voted and came back to me, I thank God I was born an American. Today I saw 9 jurors sitting under my voice, 15 jurors sitting under my voice, 9 of them returning a verdict of not guilty against a powerful government that wanted to be destroyed. That day, I thank God I was born in Liberia. Thank you. So, John.
Well, it is irrelevant to the livelihood of Liberians. What do you have to say?
They said they what?
I said that upon receiving the award, many opposition leaders in the country say that the award doesn't mean well for Liberians. It has no effect on the livelihood of Liberians.
I just wanted for you to repeat the word opposition. What do you expect of them?
Party. We cannot continue to be a sycophant. We can't run this country on deception and lies and fake propaganda. The people who elected us, they are watching us. They see us. They can feel. Their nose can smell. Their ear can hear. When we do the needful, they will care for 2029. You stop that deception and lies.
Your full name and your position, sir?
My name is Daniel Zemaza. I am the chairman for Rapid Media Response Team for the Rescue Mission, Nima Chapter, District Number 3.
And also in the House of the Senator.
I'm also a Media and Communication Director in the office of Senator Nagbe Point, Nima Chapter. I also serve as a loyalist. I also serve as a patriot. I also serve as a loyalist for Unity Party and a steward for Unity Party, 2005.
And also I'm activist.
I'm also an activist, social activist. I speak against ill society.
You're welcome.
And that's why I'm here today to tell the people who turn out, who supported that Garguah, thank you. Let God bless you. Koga, thank you. Those who didn't turn out.
Well, you saw all of the district coordinator came for this via.
Everybody, I saw them.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Thursday edition of The Closing Argument. Today is the eve of the weekend. Tomorrow, by this time, we will be all over the place, partying, having a great time, celebrating the end of the hard working week. So we are here again to talk about. Well, we are having some technical glitches, I think. Hopefully we stay on this time. But yes, welcome to the show. Share the show. Let us know where you are tuning in from. I am Jerome Gayman. I am sitting pretty seated in the beautiful state of Florida. I'm actually in the South. And the Miami Heat is our team. The Miami Dolphins is our team. We are also fans of Inter Miami, and Messi is our guy. So if you are in the South, it's nothing but great time, beautiful weather, beautiful people, culturally diverse. South America, Brazil, Argentina, Cuba, you name it, it is here. Liberia, we are representing the country of Liberia in its full. We are Liberians and we love to be where we are amongst the millions of folks that call South Florida their home. So whenever you are in the United States, bring your family to Disney World. Come on, if you're an adult and you want to hang out, come on, let's hang out at South Beach. Or you can go closer to Palm Beach, Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, Hutchinson Island, all of those beautiful places where tourism thrives. These are the places we are recommending, family attractions, you name it, it is here. And if you are a government official and you wanted to learn one or two things about tourism, there is no other place on the planet that comes close to Florida when it comes to tourist attraction. If you want to learn about the trade, the art, tourism, Florida is the place to be. And if you are talking about everything that has to do with making money, showcasing a beautiful place, this is where you need to be. South Florida. When you come in, call me. I am the mayor of the Liberian tourism, representing Liberia, and I talk everything Liberia. I have an official title. Nobody appointed me, but I just love to promote the nation of Liberia. This is why we are saying, if you are going to talk about things that you want to introduce to Liberia, we want you to introduce the best. And when you want to talk about tourism in Liberia, and if you don't come to Florida to look at the tourism industry, then you are fooling yourself. If you are in Liberia and you are interested in tourism, or if the president of the Republic of Liberia has contacted you or appointed you to help with tourism, Florida is the place to come. Let me read something to you. It says Florida tourism broke records with 143.3 million visitors. Listen to me. 143.3 million visitors. The key hotspots include Orlando, home of Disney, the theme parks, Miami and its beaches, the historic Keys, and St. Augustine. Those four places: Orlando, home of Disney World; Miami, home to South Beach and some of the beautiful places on earth. Then we are talking about St. Augustine, the oldest city in the Republic, in these United States. And then if you actually love the water, Key West, by the time the year ends, we will be close to 150 million visitors, utilizing hotels, restaurants, car rental, Airbnb, you name it, taxi cab, buses, plane, train, you name it, they have it here. And you notice something, for you to access these places, you need roads. You need public utilities, you need light, you need water, you need sanitation. You cannot bring a family from Liberia to Orlando and you see dirt in the streets. You cannot be in Orlando or Miami and have your life flickers. You cannot be in St. Augustine, where close to 50, we are talking about close to 15 million people visit a year and don't have your water on. So when we are talking about tourism in Liberia, it is not identifying a place and say, this place will be beautiful for tourism. No, that is not it. The infrastructure to attract tourism. If I came to the beautiful city of Monrovia to go to the island, Providence Island, how am I getting there? How are the bathrooms? How's the drinking water? How's the waste management system? How is the Dew River or Monserrato River? How is it? Is it clean? Or is it trash everywhere? There's a reason they call it attraction. It has to have the ability and the ambience of attracting people. When they come, they want to come back and spend money. Do we have a hotel on Providence Island? Do we have restaurants? Do we have luxury yachts, luxury boats to carry people to and fro? So don't talk to me about tourism. I live, drink, wake up, tourism. This is why Florida is such a beautiful place. People pay a lot of money to come and see us. So when I go to Liberia and they are talking about tourism, I wonder, good afternoon, the closing argument panelists. As always, I'm watching from Minneapolis, Minnesota, USA. Mr. Emmanuel, bro, you know I supported my pillow guy. You didn't elect my pillow man. So we will swear you guys, you're going to wake up with stiff neck or stiff necks. You didn't vote for my pillow man, my pillow guy. But yes, we are here once more. We have good health. We are listening and watching and reading. So wherever you are joining me from, make sure you let us know and what's happening in your neck of the woods. I know there are great things happening in Nuclear Town. And Vinicius Bar Jr. is willing to give us an update about what's happening in the borough, the great borough of Nuclear Town. Jerome Hello, he said, I'm watching from Guinea. Thanks for the program. Thank you very much for our brothers and sisters right across the border. The Truth Lens News. Thank you very much. So guys, share this show. It's going to be very interesting today. We are going to be talking about a lot of good stuff. We are going to be talking about Liberia. We're going to be talking about things happening in the Republic of Liberia. And we are going to be talking about some of the things that are trending. As you know, today was a special day. The only Israeli in the Republic of Liberia, the self-claimed Israeli, Pape Yazier, the prophet, the only Israeli prophet from Nimba County in the Republic of Liberia, Prophet Key, was released. Today we will discuss top talking points from the studio in the Republic. 317 million cocaine trial opens amid security concerns. Jesus. We discussed that. Is Liberia ready for a speedy trial? Or is this a distraction? President Joseph Yuma Boyka signs Port Decentralization Act, NPA, power shifts. Some people will say we have one port and we can't manage that. Now we have decentralized the port activities. Now we're going to have ships and boats coming in every direction. Buchanan, Sino, Maryland County. Do we have the manpower to track the drug dealers? Or is this a bonanza for the drug cartel not to only deal with Monrovia anymore, but now they can take their products to Hopper, way behind God's back? East International Airport official risks persecution. We will delve into that. Our reporter from the court from Capitol Hill will be here to bring us up to speed. NEC proposes higher fees for 2029 election. Listen, when they say when the water dry, fish eat fish, the administration needs the money. So wherever they can get the money, they will. And what a way to discourage other folks who want to enter the electoral processes, than to overcharge and discourage the little man from participating in an election. The Central Bank of Liberia is targeting bad loans to boost lending. How is that possible? What is the central bank doing to help alleviate the unemployment situation in the country? For people to pay loan back, they have to be employed. For people to take loan, it has to be verified that these people are in a position to repay in the first place. So if you give your girlfriend or your boyfriend or your family member, you give them loan knowing that they do not have a full-time job or any form of employment. We should be one of the prerequisites to getting loan. How do you give a dying man loan? How do you give a poor man loan that has no ability to repay? You get loan based on friendship. You get loan based on who knows you. You get loan based on who's in government. And when that government leaves power and that person is unemployed, you have bad loans. That's the problem. That is the problem. It is not that Liberians want to take on bad loan. Martin Willie, you got to tell me how to say hello in South Korea, at least in, South Korea. I shouldn't say Korea because we got North Korea over there where that funny looking guy is depressing everybody. So yes, you got to teach me one or two words so I can say hi to my friends in South Korea. Great soccer team they got there. So yes, if you belong or you run one of these banks and you are giving loan strictly based on friendship, who knows you, then you're going to have problem recouping your money. You gave loan to friends, to families, to people in government. People in government recommend their girlfriends, their godmothers. You know, one thing we know, it doesn't go the other way. Always the guys trying to impress, doing all they can to impress the young woman, giving out loan you can't afford to pay back. Knowing that you are appointed by the president, you serve at the will and pleasure of the president. That means your job in the government is temporary. The president can call you anytime and say, we don't want you anymore. You saw some of the things in our intro. You heard from the vice president. We have a video we're going to be playing. I asked our team on the ground to cue that video so we can all listen to the video and see where we are as a people. In the meantime, I want to remind the President of the Republic of Liberia, Honorable President Joseph Yuma Boakai. I'm going to say it in my Bassa accent, you know. The Bassa boy, the late Bronxkin, is a Boakai. Don't be fooled. Boakai is not fool, is not poor as you are, even as me. He said, Boakai makes more money. I make more money than all predecessors in the areas of vice president combined. So he's not a poor man. I want to read something, a letter written to Joseph Boakai several hundred years ago, thousands of years, by Machiavelli. Machiavelli is the ultimate, the consummate political writer, political philosopher, the greatest of all political philosophers on earth, in my book. when it comes to leadership. Nyenwolo Machiavelli. Some will say Machiavelli. So if you are from Italy and you speak good Italian, that romantic language, correct me. Nyenwolo Machiavelli. A man from Florence. He wrote a letter to Joseph Boakai about decisiveness. And he says, delay is the graveyard of opportunity. Half measure never brings victory. If change is necessary, he says, execute it swiftly. By leaving it to fate, he says this, fate only harm those who wait, and ultimately they will surrender. For audacity in difficult times is the key to survival. I'm going to read this again because this is a message, this is a letter that was written to Joseph Boakai hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. Some are accusing Joseph Boakai of being indecisive. Hence, he wrote, and I'm going to read it again. Delay is the graveyard of opportunity. President Joseph Boakai, you had an opportunity to clean house in this drug saga. Delay is the graveyard of opportunity. Half measure never win victory. Half measure, that means doing things halfway, never brings victory. If change is necessary, he said, execute it swiftly. Fate, if you leave it to fate, fate only harms those who wait. And eventually, if you wait, you will surrender to the vices. But having the audacity to make swift decisions in difficult times is the key to survival. If President Joseph Boakai has anything to savor, if he has or wants to build a legacy, the question should be 3 years from now, what will President Joseph Boakai be known for? Without equivocation, will he be known for being decisive, striking when opportunity exists? Or some will say he's half-stepping. Like he says at his interview, I leave it to you. I leave it to you. He's leaving decision-making to fate. Machiavelli, he says, leaving it to fate only harms those who wait, and eventually you will surrender to the vices of Liberia, the Liberian society, the vices in that country, drug, corruption, illiteracy, disease, and ignorance. There was another president whose name was William R. Talbot Jr., who says he had done the autopsy on the Republic of Liberia, and he said that the three things that were holding Liberia back were illiteracy, ignorance, and disease. So Machiavelli is writing this letter to Joseph Walker on the subject of being decisive. He said being indecisive result into delay, and delay is the graveyard of opportunity. Half measure in leadership never brings victory. If change is necessary, he says, execute it immediately, swiftly. Don't leave anything to fate, because fate only harms those who wait, and eventually they will surrender. But for those who have the audacity in difficult times, when they make decisions, they do survive. That's Nyenwolo Machiavelli, the son of Florence, writing to leaders about being indecisive. President Joseph Walker, you have a prime opportunity here to clean house. In Liberia, they said to shake the table. In few months, you will have been 3 years into the office. Midway in America, they call it midterm. It will be midterm. President Joseph Yuma Boakai, it's time for you to be thinking about your legacy. In another year or so, being an administrator is going to be very, very difficult, as everything is now going to be turning to the election period 2028. Every lawmaker, every decision maker, every politician that was elected will be sitting ducks. Every monkey will have to carry its own tail by 2028. Going to 2029, forget it. It is going to be impossible to do anything tangible without people accusing you of grandstanding or making decisions based on politics and re-election. So today, as we get ready, we will be discussing the $17 million cocaine trial that opens today in Monrovia. We will be talking about President Joseph Walker signing the Port Decentralization Act. Some people say they have shifted power from NPA in Monrovia. East International Airport official risk prosecution. Honorable Sylvester Pewee were thinking on running for president down the road. The NEC is making it almost impossible for the regular guy to have a say-so in running out there about to hike the fees of guys and girls who want to run for public office. Some people say this is a political tactic to dissuade the regular guy from running, getting into the race. Then later on, we're going to be talking about the Central Bank of Liberia. They are targeting bad loans. You think men and women who went to school for banking and finance would know this from the beginning? It didn't have to take you 3 years to figure out that when you borrow money or you loan money to people and they don't pay back, it's detrimental to the economy and to the banking sector. You should have known that before you even came in, because this is elementary. For those of us who are not economic major or finance major, you knew that. Every time you took economics 101, everybody learned that. So you have been in banking and finance all your life. 3 years on the job, you are just figuring it out. And then finally, we will be discussing Prophet Key, Justin years in. Justin, the prophet, the only Israeli prophet for Nimba. Let me work on Sylvester Pewee. Sylvester Pewee, are you a prophet?
No, but I'm an agent of Prophet Jesus.
There you go. There you go. Listen, we got an actual prophet. He said, but he's an Israeli. He came by way of Nimba. He says, today, he says, he is the equivalent of Joseph the dreamer. He says, Pharaoh incarcerated Joseph. When Joseph got out, Joseph met with kings. He said, today, he's meeting with king and princess. He said, he just came from jail, and I'm sitting here with the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. I am the prophet. Welcome to the show, Pewee.
Thank you. The very vice president and his government are sent him to jail for he just another stupid man, damn stupid. That's the reason why they're sent him to jail for. You know, we spoke for him, but again, he's kind of an idiot. That so stupid, man. They see people that gang or they send you to jail, then they send you to something. They try to you see, and you know this story that our professor Professor Larry talked to us about a story, not only a story, but he lectured us about these things in one of our political science classes, the allegory of the cave scenario there. You know, the guys just want to keep these guys in the cave, but you came from the cave, they don't want to go. You come with your eye open, and then when you go back to tell your men and say, things all that go. No. So they try to keep him at bay, right? So he believed that by sitting with the vice president, they getting him something, probably a couple of $1,000 they gave to him. Maybe they'll raise around $10,000-$15,000 or even a little more than that. And you have to know that he's angry, he fought for them, he may still be a kind of a, but I don't know how he's going to maintain his leverage if he's not going to be a very unruly in terms of his approach. His mantra is to be my cause, pack cause. That's right. But now that they held him to, but again, it was totally unconstitutional for them to do that. You know the rest of it, freedom of speech, the First Amendment here, you can be harsh, you can be arrogant, and the rest of that, you can be very tough, you can be insultive, but you don't get threatening someone to kill them or to do something. No. There are limits here, but the freedom of speech method here is increasingly powerful. And I thought he was just exercising that, and they sent him to jail for that for 6 months, in violation of the very law, Supreme Court own law, at least which is the section of that you can even send anyone to jail in contempt of criminal contempt for more than 30 days. They sent him in jail for almost 100 and then he came. Today, he's sitting with the vice president. He said he's the prophet. Now he's sitting with the vice president. He's a stupid an idiot. And then he sat, and then he believed that. The same what I sent you to jail.
Let me run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah.
But please, keep talking.
Yeah, I will. So he's celebrating that. But thank God, actually, he's out of jail. Honestly, because we thought it was unconstitutional to keep him in jail for that protracted period of time. For something you call somebody is causing. The very chief justice that sent the man to jail, that story about him reportedly that he was one of those that he was cause bad cause before then he was sent people to jail for these kind of issues. I thought it was wrong, and the country should not reach to that level. The essence of democracy, the reason why people like the chief justice and the rest of the folks are today chief justice is because Liberia is in a constitutional democracy. Other people fought for this, so they should actually the action against Justin Opa Yezian was actually wrong. though the way he came out of jail today and celebrating that he sat with the vice president, I thought that was stupid on his part. But beyond that, we sympathize with the unconstitutional way they handle his activity. I thought it was wrong to keep him in jail for that very, very long time. I thought there was a violation of his constitutional right, his freedom of expression right, and other things. If anyone believed that Prophet Key did anything to them that there's some issue with their reputation, the rest of the intents of that, if he's involved in public nuisance and you take him to court. If the court will do that, go through it, and if there's anything he's violated, that will be proven. But to just hold somebody on contempt charges, remand him in jail for 6 months and release him today and other things. But I don't know if he's going to still maintain his essence. His essence is, his trademark is to do calls, do kind of a way. I thought most of the females enjoy him and they follow him very well. It just they follow him, man. So he got a extraordinary fan base, and I don't know if he's going to maintain that. After I don't know if Mr. Gayman, if he's actually going to maintain his fan base, if he's going to change the trajectory of the way he handles his side of the case. Intellectually, he's very weak, so I don't know. So probably if you want to change it, it won't be good for him. I would encourage him, and quickly I will end it. I will encourage him to maintain his style. Listen, the thing you guys are doing that nonsense. Maintain your style. No country should get into those kind of things. And the reason why nothing came out of it, just like he didn't have too much of people to talk for him or some international connections or whatsoever. They wouldn't have done that to any other Liberian that got connection outside any Western land. That would have been a serious problem for the very Chief Justice and those foolish bunch of justices that signed up to him going to jail. This total nonsense is unacceptable.
Well, you see, the problem there is, like you say, when you have a brand, the reason most people went to his brand is because of his vulgarity, right?
Yeah.
People are, now he's trying to be a real preacher, right? To start preaching, like the vice president said, when they slap you on his ass. And I don't know whether that's his style. It would be boring to go to Prophet Key's show now and see him to be a sense of demure. He's just cool. People will say, no, we need some fire, because that's his brand, fire brand. People say, it's too boring. We need to go somewhere else where we can get. So we are looking at a transformation, because it is like today he was saying he wants to be known as a man who sits with kings right out of jail, king and princes. I met with them. Said, so I am Joseph. When Joseph was out of captivity, he sat with Pharaoh. So he's coming up with all these disjointed biblical speeches, ideology, personalities, turns of events. So this is going to be very interesting to see for those who went to him only because he was cursing people's honor clothes wherever. Now we're going to find out, and this is going to be the test of our Supreme Court. You said this man should post a bond that would be explicitly clear that he would never curse again. It didn't say you shouldn't curse lawyers, you shouldn't curse the Supreme Court, you shouldn't curse the president. Then you wouldn't curse again.
Yeah.
So
that is very stupid on their part. We don't want to have the man get emotional. Somebody goes somewhere and says something. Why is it
as we all do sometimes?
All of those justices that even said that, their children, themselves, their spouses get involved into some level of this kind of loose talk now or insultive comments.
And
right?
they do listen to Prophet Key. His wife and children, they all do.
They listen to him, and some shocking to some of them, they are even fan of
course.
The rest of that. I tried to even tell him to never. That's a violation of his constitutional right.
Yeah.
Right, and they are the ones that should protect the laws of the country, interpret the laws, and not ensure that the law is not violated. But they themselves, on their own, they are violating the laws of the country. All you said, they mention the cause
forever. Can you imagine?
Why you say that? And that's the reason why the last time the other lawmaker called the Chief Justice, man, I let Jimmy a lot of alcohol.
Yeah.
Probably is the reason. Maybe he was very damn charged in there. How you would say that? It doesn't make any sense. But I think there's some possibility that Professor Key can change course, change the mode, and then still be a little relevant because he built himself a kind of a followership. There's viewership he already has.
Huge.
Yes, but what he can do in terms of in communication, you shift course and you change the mode of communication, and then you stay based on your mantra. And there's something he have to be there to keep the base running whenever he's going live or so. He's not going to do that. He changed 100% without a strategic way of doing it. Trust me, he's going to lose essence. Now, a lot of things he's going to do. I would predict that part of it is for him to engage into being a government surrogate. And that's why the fact that he met with Vibrant today, that's what he's not going to do to continue to be a government. If that were to continue, then they will continue to bankroll his activity, put some money in his pocket, ensure that he's comfortable, then he go to be cutting the bait for them, going on some issues, doing some advocacy on their behalf. Or get on the federal side of the Chief Justice and most of them, praise them, and then start to attack other people. Then they will slip and forget about that, and he will get his fame back. That's the kind of strategy he ought to, if I were advising, he could deploy. Get on their side, promote them, right? You know, getting careful, not throw you by the jail. They might start costing other people. The older people don't want you and do you know the thing about you know you call them behind the scenes. So if I change the team, that will lose. I will not be promoting you, but I will promote you. Then I'll be attacking other people. There will be some limitation on his insult, but I think he was still going to continue on the path of those kind of reckless vulgarity and sometimes they're very unrooted in terms of the description and all these things. And he got his fan base because of that. Trust me. Then waving his coward tail, all those things brought some level of certain rough charisma towards his show, to be honest. And then talking about he brought something, he'll put people in Jare. All those things.
New words. He introduced a new word to our lexicon.
Yeah, look, credit to him on that. I listened to, I knew a girl that is deeply into Christianity, but she normally regularly followed Prophet Key. Yeah, I said, oh, but you in God business, other thing. Why you follow Prophet Key? She said, Prophet Key, important is the other three. I said, yeah, see.
For everybody.
So
everybody.
But it's good that he's back home with his family. I thought the imprisonment was very foolish. It was reckless. It was a violation of his right. And I hope nobody should go to jail for the kind of thing, for expressing themselves. And if anyone feel offended that did their law on the book, your laws, take me to court. If you believe that I insulted you and other things, take me to court. Then we go to court, but for on the basis of criminal contempt, because he referenced the Chief Justice. So where's the bar in terms of public officials? Because public officials, that's why we did everything in the country to decriminalize certain free speech and the rest of that. So I mean, this is troubling, and I will hope that the country won't. Listen, part of the reason why most of the folks from the Chief Justice County supported for war to come to Liberia was the issue of they being marginalized, and I'm told also the Chief Justice allegedly supported the whole thing about these things coming up. And it's alleged to have said that he's one of those very big supporters of the child civil war and the rest of that, right? That is allegedly reported. The belief is that he said their people, the Geo people, the Manon people, the Dibayan, they were marginalized by the Samuel Doe government. Boop, you went in the bush. All of the Special Forces Commando, 250 of them, that Mr. Taylor brought to the country, 95% came from Nema County. 95% of the Special Forces Commando came on the basis of being marginalized. Then why do you want to come back from that kind of a condition and you helping to destabilize the country for that protracted period of time? Then you want to put someone in jail for expressing himself, just because to call your name as the Chief Justice, he believe he got power. The same way you thought you were in the bush to bring war against the crown man and leader of the country. You say, oh, the crown people targeted us. So you want to start targeting other people too? It doesn't have to be what trap. But if you target anybody in that way and manner, is wrong. I thought we ought to speak against these things.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, share this show. I'm reading some of the things you are writing here, and that's good. Keep it up. Let everybody know. Let them know where they are tuning in from, so we can send a shout out to them. If it is a special day today, let us know your birthday, your anniversary, memorial. Let us know so we can send a shout out. I know it's very difficult to do something in memoriam when you lost a father or mother or loved ones. But if you want to remember somebody in your life that is important to have departed, we will send a shout out to the family. So yes, do us a favor, let us know what's going on. Later on, we are going to play a tip that we will discuss. It was Honorable Mo Ali again. He has done it again. Mo Ali took to the stage and said, the CDC government left power with 5% public utility availability. He said, but for the time that we have increased it to 9%. And I'm saying to myself, does this guy really just have to speak? Who in the right mind that says we are better than you to come and say, I'm almost 3 years in office, I have increased public utility in the Republic of Liberia significantly from 5 to 9%. What is going on in the Republic of Liberia? Do we go to school just to memorize and pass, but we don't think about logic, critical thinking, analytical skill? Do we develop analytical skills? That the executive director or managing director of water and sewer said that they have increased public utilities from 5% to 9% without giving us the corresponding facts. How did he derive at that number? What survey did he take? Is it based on request? Is it based on meters? Is it based on actual connection or connectivity? Or is it based on incoming revenue? Mo Ali, you will have to do better than you are doing. We are all not stupid or gullible. Thank you very much. Listen to Mo Ali. No volume.
My people, Mo Alina, we say again. The man said he increased the supply of safe drinking water from 5% to 9% since 2024. Mo Ali wants us to clap for him, so let's clap.
Mr. President and members of the cabinet, when we took over in 2024, our pipe-borne water supply to the population was a little over 5%. At the moment, pipe-borne water supply has increased to 9% of the population, and by next year we'll hit 10% as we are constructing water facilities in counties.
Mo Ali. Listen, Mo Ali is my hero. This man has a particular disease in America. They call it foot-to-mouth disease. Every time he speaks, he put his foot in his mouth. That's what it is. Can you imagine the managing director of a nation saying, when I took over, we had a little over 5%, but we have increased it to 9%. And next year, we're increasing to 10%. This is the man who says 76% of the Republic of Liberia has access to safe drinking water. Now he's gone from that. How do you jive? How do you square 76% of the people who are drinking water to now 9%? How? So sometimes you wonder. This is why when people say in America, they will have called that a DEI hire.
Mm-hmm.
You needed
and you just called it from what Mr. Gayman. I was about to say from what I've come up, your continuing. I was just about to say these guys are given a job for political reward. So anything they do like Papi, he will say your passion and Garguah. And yeah, and now what Trump called it, you say you want to get most of them woke.
Yeah, woke people out of the system.
They will definitely that DEI. They just want to balance some areas.
Yes. It is unbelievable. We discussed this here about a month ago when the man said 76% of the Liberian population have access to drinking water. Now he's saying he has increased the safe water supply that CDC left there a little over 5%. He has increased it to 9%. And he said, and the people, they are like the lady that was commenting, he said, and this guy really wants to clap for him, but then let's go and clap for him.
Absolutely.
You know, but this is what we are talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, when we say you are going to school, we are not saying you should just go to school and memorize and pass your exam. Just for you to have your certificate and hang it on the wall and say, I graduated from the institution.
Look, I miss President Sully. People got some issue with her, but yes. And that's why I can always reference some point. I miss her leadership, her stewardship as president of the Republic of Liberia. This, I think, was the Baptist Seminary when the then education minister came out with that documentation that gave the one for some working section. The president got angry. What is this? Well,
yeah.
Was it the education minister of the youth and sport minister, right? Or the education minister? One of those ministers, the female, I don't forget the woman name. The president got angry. Okay, that's the time. The education minister is not the president described the education system to be a mess.
Yeah.
That's the time she said that when presented as I said, no, the president didn't agree. The president right there fire back. And you see, and at the time, Maji president said, yeah, but she was reasonably very proactive in terms of going through the issue about what is happening for her cabinet. No cabinet minister of President Sully would just give her anything you think you have a pass. If it was President Sully, she would have recommended him right there. Even if she would say keep him, she would embarrass him right there. She would embarrass him. Just quite recently, you told us something percent of the citizenry that they have access to usable and drinkable water. The fire back him how we thought, because the man is insane when he think that way. The man is insane. If you get him the responsibility to perform self-tax, when he said that, insane man when he said that, without gathering all of the facts, he wouldn't say that. He wouldn't dare say it. Now you the same man saying those kind of a thing, and then you a couple of months later, you're not saying that, okay, it was 5%. So you didn't know that 5% of the past government. So what a period of time you took it up from 5% to 9%.
No, is it over 5%? So now
over 5%. Okay,
so he less than 4%.
Yeah. So you less than 4% in a year. So do you mind to tell us how you took it from that 5.something% to 9%? What was the rate? You see, if you push it now, he started a debate again that he's gonna fall. And this is dangerous. And the problem they will further, what he's doing to the country is that to further expose that the president is not in charge. That's what he's trying to do. And he's trying to do his best. You will call this working section, and a minister will come and say, he said there's no delay for us not getting right. But your officials are saying things in your face, Mr. President, that are not corresponding. Who is there really propping these things, these documentations? Or who's there asking the records a question? Or who is helping you to review this in a report to you, Mr. President? Some of these things are far inaccurate. Who is there saying those things to you? Nobody. Is the director of the chief, the cabinet director also working towards these things and reviewing and reporting appropriately to the president? Are they reporting to the cabinet director in advance to get some of these things and he will review it and then your report in section? Or are these things reported to the cabinet before the working session sometimes is called, so that you deliberate on these things and get facts and go over some of the facts? If there's an internal bickering there, you guys can bicker internally and then get the facts correct. No, Mr. President, it's not correct. They think they may say, you have to debate it in cabinet. Yeah, then it's not for me to say, go correct the thing when you report. Because if you report where the president is, it has been televised. Then you give the report something percent, something 1, something 5%. Then you, after just 1.5 to 2 months, you come back, boom. He said no. Well, 5%. We managed to take it to 9%, and we won't carry it to 10% next year. So how did you take it from for the past 2 years to 3.5, almost 3.5% thereabout? The next year alone, you want to take it to 10%. What's the population of that 9%? And I thought where he didn't do well for himself is that he spoke of the 9% that he took it to, but what he didn't say, the little over 5%, what the percentage of the population is that constitute that little over 5%. And what is the number now? If you were to push the number back that took them to the 9%, can we just supposed to know what you did and what the past government did, and how will you take it to 10%? So we'll have a fair understanding and appreciation as to. So he dangerously just confused everything to the extent that he's not really going to help himself to get out of this other thing. So it just and then folks are saying, oh, Mohali working for seems to be go do some one pump here to do Facebook thing. If that's the work he's been doing, I think he's doing absolutely nothing. This is dangerous for the optics for the president is bad. It's going to prove that he's not in charge of the country. It's going to prove that his official will get thrown and the number to him. This is bad, and I believe somebody should be reprimanded for this kind of a willful and reckless way of doing government thing. Listen, the problem is that the folks in the Unity Party, if they are not mindful, the way we were defeated 2023, just a couple of thousand votes, or let's say, a little over 17,000 votes, thereabout, as compared to the elections. Far less than 1% of the results. Far less than that, or less than 1% if you would, not far. If care is not taken, they will beat them massively. Because if you play mockery of the electors and they believe in the same thing certain folks in the way administration started to do. Every time they don't want to concentrate on the work at hand. Oh, we are 12 years. We are 12. You get the voter angry. If the year you say 12 years, not you to decide or determine. The 12 year is for the electorate to determine. If what they gave you, I thought you go and sit in front of the people and tell us, yeah, we're trying to face the rule, trying to show create jobs. That should be your discussion. Let the voting aspect leave to the voting time. 29 will handle itself, and then if you perform, but we have 12 years. Anybody spoke anything about anything in the quiet time, oh no, that 12 years. No, 12 years not going to come. Most of our own friends to see the government, one person do that, they happen then. This thing will happen, then they're attacking. You don't want to be the information ministry folks pushing this neurofight to attack Kamara Corner. And one of my disappointments, Kamara shouldn't have even responded to him.
That's
yeah, this was a setup. There was a setup by the Ministry of Information folks. Now, the fact that the minister himself, when you look at Amara, attack Amara, because he may have benefited tremendously before from Amara. So he's trying to set this neurofight.
Yep.
Right, to go and come and say that because they just gave him something to be hold a deputy minister. Come on, I'm not sure we have any dignify him to get him any level, small level of notoriety in terms of this whole debate that's happening. They have to be very mindful on this. I'm very disappointed to hear this number again, and the president said there, and he didn't say nothing whatsoever. This is terribly disappointing.
Look, usually the Minister of State for presidential affairs, that department should be like the quality control, right? Okay, the old man is old. You are much younger, maybe in his 40s, late 40s or early 50s. So you should be the foot soldiers, you're the eye and ear of the president. You saw how CNN set up Madam Salif during the early days of her life. I think this guy, I think his name was Weeks, was the I think director of water at the time, and he made his pronouncement that water, the entire city has hot water and everything else. And the CNN people just happened to have been in Monrovia, and the lady went to I think it was Somalia Drive, to one of the pump and turned it on, and there was no water. They said she went to 2 spots, 3. She went to the 3rd spot, but President Ellen Johnson got so upset that they fired Mr. Weeks, because you build these things and you dedicate them, and you go send the president the video. It looks good, and at one time water may have come out, but since then, like Mo Ali went to Lofa and said, we dug well 7,000 feet. And then people say, where in Liberia will you dig well 7,000 feet instead of 700 feet? So this guy have been known for doing these kinds of things, but for some reason, nobody holds him to account. In this country, in other developed countries, you make those kinds of mistakes over and over, they will ask you to leave, or they will fire you. You do not represent the profession. I mean, you say your specialty is sanitation or whatever. You went to school. So is this what you do? Look, this is what we are saying. Just degree from the classroom. On the job, that's not that. This is why in this country they have apprenticeship. You have to work along with folks and know the job. You cannot do the job based on theory. Not just from reading a book, you can't do this. You have never run anything before. You have never been a manager. You have never done anything. Instead of relying on your adjutant, the guys who you met there, the career people, and let them guide the process. You want to be doing the presentation. Now you do this. Now those guys got to come now and start cleaning up after you, because you're not speaking the language. You're not doing anything according to the ethics, because every discipline has their own ethics. Okay? If you are sociology, to tell you, listen, there are certain things you cannot do to defend our profession. If you are an accountant, there are certain things you can't do. You can't be all over the place doing the same thing over and over. I mean, from 76%, everybody got drinking water. How do you derive at that 76%? Then he said rainwater and all of that, when it rain, like everybody rain on everybody. What kind of, how do you expect the young folks?
Yeah, and they said the creek too.
Yeah, the creek, the creek, like Dew River and all of them, when it's flooded, the feces everywhere, that's good too, Sunny wind, that's good. All those creeks, the people can drink from it, and I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, and the president is giving this guy life over and over and over. The last time I was talking to one of their PRO people, and said the man went to school in London. The man got a degree in sanitation in London. He's not an LU product. He's a real. And I'm looking at these people. I say, how? The guy from LU to me would have done better than this man here.
No, but I think he got his first degree from LU.
In what?
Yeah, he got his first degree from LU. We all came from LU before even coming out in other countries to go to school. We all came from LU.
This is serious stuff.
Yeah, again, it's not all about the classroom performance, as you say.
I know.
It's about, again, applying what you want to do. And listen, this is just shocking. All of the part of the city and suburb community that some of us got property. The Dixie area that I live, there's no water there yet. I have to do my own borehole. FDA area that I built also, I had to do another borehole. So there's all, and the highway also, there's no water. We have to. So I don't know the condition.
So you're not part of that 5%?
No, I'm not part of the 5%. I'm not. And we are paying taxes on our property, right? I'm not part of the 5%. And this is just mind-boggling, and it is totally unacceptable here. And the reason why I think he's enjoying doing these things, he believed that we are talking about how I want to call it, what they call it, reality TV show, some reality reality TV show, and then there's something that try to feature something, right? But probably he's slipping to come to the term that we'll soon be going back to elections. We'll soon be going to elections. About next week, before next week, around next week this time, we'll be talking about almost close in August. And then we'll talk about September. Immediately we close September, we into 2027.
Yeah.
27, immediately the middle of this time next year, your government going to be a lame dog. Your government will definitely be. It's going to turn the time. If you can't do nothing, even if you got to do a couple of roads around here, you know, Ralphie Road there, there's nothing inside saying they're going to finish up to, maybe is the next administration are going to end that Ralphie Road. That's the issue we have. And then all these things are unfolding. You are not creating jobs for the people. They're struggling. Somebody was just on the phone with somebody this evening was saying to me that the rate is tough, school is about to open, things are getting tough. There's no new jobs. Those that are on payroll are not that well incentivized to take, so they got to do a lot of things at the same time. If people are hustling to take care of their families, then you are worrying them by saying things that are not true. You are led them to vent their anger on the government during the election period. That's what's happening. The people are struggling. Why you cost about 9%?
Look,
if you pushing that, you get number.
The director or the gentleman who was the director of the Central Prison, in his letter to the Justice Minister and his CC copy, the U.S. State Department, the man who runs the Liberian Central Prison, he said the highest he ever took home after taxes, $224. A government official at the highest level, at that level.
The warning of Sub-Beach.
Yes, the warden. We are talking about the rehabilitation center, all combined. In his letter. And he been on that job for over 9 years or whatever he been there. And whatever experience he had, the most he ever took home after tax is $224.
Mm-hmm. I used to work with the George W. Hill correctional facility. The warden, I don't want to go off. I gotta go back and check, but the warden's annual is a little over $200,000.
Oh, they
got a new warden now. I'm told it's a new warden. When I was there, she was there. Imagine, Laura Wooden. That was Laura Wooden at the time. She was the warden at the time. You know, and that's a county jail, the Delaware County.
Yeah, the
Delaware County in Pennsylvania. That's a county jail. Imagine. So go back to some of the warding for some federal jail or some state jails or other things. Yeah, some certain warding that will get maybe a little more, almost $300K a year, right? Then the warden of the only major prison in the country where all dangerous murderers, hardened criminals, and other sexual offenders will be held for the purpose of rehabilitation and the rest of them. The man is taking the man is saying he's lamenting that he's never taken more than 200 plus US dollars, not 2,000.
Yeah, $224. And
$24 as his monthly salary.
Salary for a warden.
Tell me, what do you expect of this man? If you are to put in some of the drugs people in our play, and go to the man. We can get you 200,000. 200,000 is plenty. Because man, not getting much. Tell the man we can get you 50,000. He will facilitate that man getting out.
Even if he doesn't get out, they will let him build his own hotel in there and luxury.
Okay, yeah, but then I doubt the luxury part will gain the luxury big time, and that's the reason why some people were there get that. Because if you treat people good, and then take them from places that carrying some better area, build their own apartment, let them bring television in. Some put their DSTV singing on the KU watching those things because he got control of the place.
Of course.
He tell man, what I'm thinking of the me point man, I put in certain area, taking care of them. And I know that is unfolding there. That is definitely unfolding there. But why up to current we cannot? Shame on the system. Not only this government, shame on the system. Past government. The last time I went to the central prison, it's been almost some time, in 2013. I think it was the time, 13? It was the time Ronnie C was in jail. Up there to go and visit him.
Yeah, right after that case.
Yes. Well, he and Chris told situation. That's the last time I visited the South Beach. So if you pay, imagine the warden, we don't call it, but if the warden at that level is taking $250, then think about other correctional officers. 224. Just think about the other correctional officers.
Yes, the regular guys.
The regular, correctional officers. So some of them will be taking, now they said the final minister said, now nobody will take less than $100, so it'll be $100.
But after he said less than $300 again, it not go down to $100.
But we still got people in some ministry agencies getting $150. That's not true. We still got people taking $150. We got some people taking $120, even as because they said people that at a certain level they cap them, there should be no tax from them. So these are the category of people. So maybe $150, they just because you know that the progressive tax system, basically the more you make, the more they take from you. So that's small. So the more ends, so they will take $130, $140.
Yeah, but
$140. Then we maybe $9,000.
Martin Colley posted some pay for some of the guys over there, and one guy after he made $120 after tax, he brought home $89.
Yes,
a month.
That will cost a little small thing.
So if you are spending, he said he spends $1 a day, right, on transportation. So if he works full time, that's 20 days in a month.
He said $1 a day. Because given the transportation, I don't know how much is $1 because the rate is $182 now.
So you spend more than that.
It's far more than that. Let's agree that I got a civil 7 not too far from me. He worked with the Ministry of the Ministry of Education, right? That would be very smart woman. Not really old man, but I think he should be in 60s. Very smart man. He commute every day to work. He had to leave from there to go in town. So from Dixville first to Barnesdale Junction, you're paying around $100. Now almost $100 now. Barnesdale Junction to town, I think will be around $200, $300. So the man is paying close to $1,000 every day. That's more, a little more than $5 US. You see, the problem in the country is that people can even use more than their salary.
Of course.
They have to engage with other things than the work area. People use more than their salary just for commutation, to commute from work back and forth. So that's the problem. So imagine someone that's living in Dixie. Those that are living somewhere on the RRA road, some will manage to be around the Doison area or beyond the Doison area, around beyond Doison and the Barrack, Boston, Marshall area. People are commuting that far to work. Some people inside Johnsonville. Some folks are behind Mount Barkley, around the fender. They will have to commute to work on a daily basis. I mean, the country is just structured in a way that other family will do some intervention, but I don't think it's. But folks will love to work also. So you see, some people will go to work every day.
Yes.
Because they got somebody that the bosses will have to come because most of the institutions will have bosses, right? But you have to find yourself to the bus point to where the boss will pick you, and some of them will pay almost $300 for that purpose a day, or sometimes $400 to get from your house to come on the road. So because it's not the motorball, the painting or keke. If you one of the community distance may cost $100, another one will cost this, another one. So you put everything back and forth. So that's the amount you have to set aside for transportation, and then you get there. There's not much happening. So bulk of those people are paying less than. So bulk of those, the sum of 70,000 civil servant, they're not paying much now. When before the harmonization came, it was much before Eddie left, you know, they appreciated people's salary. Like for making 800, 1,002, 1,008 for progression, put me 2,000. This, but they brought everything back down heavily. So it caused a lot of problem. And it will affect those people at that level. Why will you keep the man that is serving as the head of the prison? I thought there was a debate ever since that man's salary should be around $2,000.
Yeah.
For the Liberia setting. That man's salary should be around 2,000. When they call, at least he taking him around 1,007, 1,006. Then about. And then with some Liberian dollars. That should be it, with some benefit. That man should be entitled to a vehicle. Because that's a paramilitary.
Oh, yes. Very important position.
You have to equip it. You see local personnel, right? How equip, supply, don't know all the supply that line. But on that side, people are signing up. I don't know. There was a time in the justice minister said there was no money for food. People they were dig hole cover up. So they will delay the meeting. So because the prison system is the men should have breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh,
that's the standard. That's the standard line of every prison. That's the standard line of the prison. 3 times. The person that should eat dinner.
I'd rather go to jail over there.
But not over there. Oh, even that's it.
No, I here.
Yeah,
they
don't
play.
try over there. Don't try it. When you try over there, listen, take some time. I haven't been there long. Take some time and observe. I have seen the last time I came, one of our guys, they said he was in jail. The man spent 3 months of the man came back. I saw the man, I thought he said he's sick. The man said, no, ready to listen, I just call because I just keep on jail. I said, but why? I said he did. I don't know what. I said he attacked somebody and went to jail. He spent 3 months there. The problem there is that the guys in the food, not only that the food is not well prepared in terms of these nutritional things that need to be in the food, but they can use small food. And I think if they get you lunch now, they're done. And the sanitary condition of the area is very important. And that's why in some areas around the God and some of the areas, now the normal standard of, I think there'll have to be a debate. And the lawmakers themselves should see that thing. That we need a new prison. The standard there should be nowhere. Why you're posting on 5% in one room, 10% in one room? It's not, you shouldn't do it that way. It should be the standard rules. 2 persons in the room. You have the bunk bed, 1 down, 1 up. Then because it's prison, they will not have to have their rights. That is clear because you did something wrong. You have the toilet, small toilet right in there. But isn't that right? And that should be flushing. Yeah, that's the system. But that's the reason why some of them men, because if you go to one of those prison doors, they hit from there. Never want to go there. It's a party. And it's a right the guy wrote that. I don't know if I didn't see the guy letter, but I don't know if I spoke of the condition of the place.
No, he was just talking about what happened because he was suspended from his position, and he said they're using him as a scapegoat, where they said, he allowed the drug cartel to use his phone and all that. So he spelled out categorically what happened. He says it actually happened when 2 guys came in shorts, and they called themselves NSA folks. He told them, he said, but this is not the standard procedure. First of all, the NSA guy do not come in here with shorts and flip-flop or whatever they were wearing on. He said, there's a standard, but can you identify yourself? Do you have a badge? Do you have anything? Then they said there's a clandestine. We are not supposed to do this. We're not supposed to identify who we are. We tell you we are NSA, and that's enough. So he said felt very skeptical, and he told them they can't until he got in touch with the higher ups, and they began to rough him up. And he said he was obstructing justice and all of that. And from there, they began to charge him. And he called the higher ups of it. They got on the phone, they called, the people came and told him that NSA does not have to identify themselves. They can go anywhere, anyhow. So he is saying, but at least even undercover, they had a badge. They will show you, you know, you are the authority here. Listen, we are undercover. We're doing this, you know. But you can't, anybody can just walk in and say NSA.
No.
You just give them the go ahead. So they charge him. Now he's suspended. So he said, well, listen, if you're going to suspend me, I see what you're doing here. Because now you are telling me that you're going to charge me with inciting with the possibility of a jailbreak because your men were about to jump on here and leave their posts. And that would have caused a jailbreak. So they wanted to charge him with attempted jailbreak. I mean, all kinds of stuff. So he wrote the letter. We got a copy of the letter. I thought you guys had it already. But he
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, he CC copy all the embassies and all of that. But that's when he mentioned that, listen, we are actually sacrificing for our country. He said, in evidence, this is my salary and it can be verified. I have not taken home anything more than $224 a month. That's my salary as the big guy on this campus. So we deserve some respect. We are all working for our country. So I look at that and I say, wow. So if this guy pay $1 a day minimum to go to and from work, $2 a day, he worked 20 days a week, 20 days, 5 days a week, 20 days a month, 20 times 4. So he's spending $80 just on transportation. You subtract that from the $229, he got $140, $160 after he took a meal and stuff. How much can you survive on $160 as the director of a major institution as that? $160 a month. These are people who are doing this for the love of nation, and to them it brings a lot of self-esteem, high self-esteem, that you have a job, you're doing something for your country. It's honorable. You are director of correction, you know, in South Beach. It's a big title, you know. Liberian men will take title any day over money. So it's prestige, it's honor, but underneath that, it is complete chaos. You can't support your wife and your children. If you make $224 and you spend $80, minimum $80 to go to and from work, you subtract that 80 from the $224, you got nothing left. Then when you take off food and all that stuff, maintenance, nothing. How do you support your household, your wife, your children, sending them to school? So these guys are just living, he said they are living from hand to mouth. And that's not even hand to mouth, because I know some old ladies that sell in the market that make more than $180 a month. I know that for sure.
Far more than that.
Far more than that. A person, old lady selling her bunny in the supermarket, in the market, or potato green, a month she makes more than $160. And for that, you are the superintendent of correction, and you walk with all your insignia, and you driving, and you got police behind you, or just for the title. And the government, at the appalling rate you are talking about, the selfishness of the executive and the legislative body and the judiciary, the kind of money they make. And these men and women who are actually running the country that can barely survive. And then you wonder how come the drug cartel have made bad in Liberia. Listen, the drug cartel paying better than the government. So even if you didn't want to do it, like Biago, somebody gave you a brand new pickup truck, and you say you don't know who gave it to you, but you took it anyway, and you want us to believe that. These are the things that are happening, and Honorable Pewee, it is crazy. But let's talk about this poor decentralization. Honorable Pewee, we said this year, if we cannot manage one port and the people have infiltrated the port. How are we going to manage 4 ports? Do we have the manpower to man the port of Harper, the port of Sino, the port of Buchanan effectively so these drug folks cannot penetrate? Do we have the manpower, Honorable Pewee? You were in the government. Do they have the manpower to now to Harper? How many ships go to Harper that you're going to have a whole crew there and they are independent or autonomous? How is this possible?
I don't know, but they signed it already?
Yes. It's part of our talking point. Our reporter today said, Waka signed Port Desalinization Act, shift the NPA's power.
Okay. Now, there was this debate, I think I'm one of those that said there's a need to, but at the time, to actually decentralize, but we have to do it in a way that to give some viability to, like the port of Harper is generally isolated. What mechanism would you put in place to ensure that the port of Harper and the rest of that is also having got some strength here? Now, the only port that got a lot of utility here is that the port of Monrovia. That port is very effective, efficient.
And Buchanan.
And the port of Buchanan is also because of ArcelorMittal operations and lack situations. And even Firestone make some news, I'm told now, of the port of Buchanan also, because of its proximity to the port city of Buchanan. So, but I don't know what mechanism they have to deploy for the effectiveness of the other 2 ports, the port of Harper and the port of Greenville. I'm told Golden Veridum also make use of the port of Greenville, so the port of Greenville will have some leverage also. But we will have to see what's going to be. So me, the president, will have to appoint moving forward the managing director of those other ports. Right? They're no longer going to be. They're going to be autonomous now. They're not going to be under the supervision of the managing director of the Freeport.
No.
The National Port Authority. It's not going to be now the National Port Authority. So I don't know what's going to be the nomenclature. So we need to find time. I don't know if they get the detail as to what is actually in the law. If it's going to be called now the Freeport instead of the National Port Authority, and what is the nomenclature going to be assigned to each of those ports now moving forward, because we're under just one umbrella, the National Port Authority of the Republic. So. This is a very interesting development. We'd love to see the details.
Let me go to Anthony Dean, if you are there. Excuse me. Yeah, Anthony, if you are there, you are the reporter from the Capitol. You reported this. If you have the time and you have additional information, we want you to come up and give us a breakdown, or as you recorded it, because we were upset in Bassa. Election is coming around 2029, and some people who are in power, and some people accuse our own Nyobli Kanga Lawrence, they wanted to have complete autonomy, and all monies coming from metal, steel, lac, Valerium, and all of those places that we call Palm Bay in Bassa, all of the major companies, okay, paying directly into the Bassa coffers. And she, being the chair of the Bassa Legislative Caucus or whatever power she has there, they wanted to have their hands on a great deal of money come 2029. So this is it now. If Anthony Dahn comes around, we will discuss it. But this was her dream. She and Darrell Dillon fought this tooth and nail. It was not much about Harper or Sino. It was because of the Port of Buchanan. Whoever controls the Port of Buchanan controls the power, the finances of Grand Bassa County. So with Senator Dillon and Nyobli Kanga having proximity to the president, we see how this thing went through. They don't care about Sino. They don't care about Harper. It is about the Port of Buchanan, who controls it, and all that money that going through. So they got their way.
And that's a very important point there also, because the Port of Buchanan got some very serious, and then what I want to say, got some very strong probability that the operation going to expand.
Sure.
You know, the oil company Noka is planning on there will be some operations soon that will start from that end. There's going to be more operational activity unfolding at the level of the Port of Buchanan. So the Port of Buchanan very soon will be almost, if not very close, 100% to what is happening in Monrovia. It's going to be generating a lot of resources. So yes, I think it's well calculated. The Port of Buchanan is going to have some serious leverage in the next couple of years. Early on, their current operational base, that's going to be tough, probably triple in terms of operation. So it's going to be kicking in more revenue, if you will. And then again, I don't know if they will still give that extension to APM terminal, or they're going to be additional, or they will just do the management system of it. Now, this is about a system, and they recommended the appointment of the Buchanan port manager at the time under the old system. The port manager is the former defeated senator of Grand Bassa County, right? Cape. Jonathan Cape is, and I'm told he was recommended by Senator Dahn and the pair, Senator Dahn and Senator Kanga Lawrence. So Yombli Kanga Lawrence and Abraham Darius Dahn did the recommendation. So basically, it's going to be from that perspective. If anything were to move, then yes, I think it's going to be some serious thing. And politics all now is about money making and putting their interest into these things. But I'm a little worried about the port of Kepamos
and Sano.
Yeah, and the port of Sano will come there, but I'm deeply worried about the port of Kepamos. Sano, yes, is so because Golden Veronum is there operating from the pump and doing some things. The other thing, but I'm worried about the both port, but mainly they're going to be the port of Harper.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are from the Kepamos area, if you are from Sino and you're from Grand Bassa County, you can tune in. You can actually opine on what we are talking about, because we are talking about some serious political move here. And you have to give it to the crew from Grand Bassa County.
Yeah, but another thing quickly, fast on this, the port of Harper, if there's some great level of innovation, you can hire some marine company across the world that will do some investment there and use the place as a hub. Transit area. You raise some good resources from those things, I'm told also.
Yeah, and you know, they're closer to Danale and all of that.
That's a very big economy. That's a big economy from there to Danale and some part of other Boake and other area. So yeah, that is a huge area. You can use that for ship. And if those marine company can spread war with the shipping industry, with the maritime industry, those areas can be used as a hub over a transit area. They can use that to get out to other areas. I mean, they can also raise some resources from that aspect. But yes, I think the Bassa side, I think they're going to make some serious money. I hope it brings some big improvement to the post city of Buchanan.
Yeah, but now this is the quagmire that Yombli Kanga and Dillon find themselves in. The lobby for Cape to get something, so they send him over there. Little did they know that last month, Cape came out bold and said he's running for Yombli Kanga's position.
Did he say that?
Yes, he said he's running. He told the folks that he's running.
No, can you go back over that?
Yes.
Did he say that? Then we'll fire him.
He had this big.
They will definitely fire him. They will put that he be dismissed.
He had this big event at the fairgrounds and everything else, and he made the announcement that he's back into the race. He won back his seat. But
don't fire him. Don't fire him. But I don't think he can win again. Trust me.
No.
Between he and Yombli will beat him.
Oh yes.
But if he's contested, Yombli is contesting. Trust me, I will find someone to support and get some stride here. That person will beat them.
Oh, but guess what?
And I know I love Madani Dakose or Montgomery. If one of those people coming in the fight between Capi and Kanga Lawrence, it's going to be detrimental to both of them.
Look, Dakose is strong, But Montgomery is very, very strong.
Yeah, that's what I'm told. That's what I'm told. And I don't know what's going to be, because I know for a fact that even up to the time Bezonga was still trying, when he was elected, he paid most of her boys to attack Bezonga all the time on that nonsense radio station like that. They will attack Bezonga, they will do this. So I don't know if Bezonga want to retaliate because she supported Kapi against Bezonga.
Oh yes,
definitely. Just not because she didn't want Bezonga to come in. She just always wanted to see Bezonga down. So I was shocked the last time when I talked to Bezonga. I said, "But Chief Senator, so will you support Yombli Kanga?" He said, "Pewee, who you want me to support?" I said, "No, I'm asking you a question."
That's right.
I asked you a question. I said, "Who you want me to support?"
He answered the question with a question.
He said, "No comment." So I said, "The chief, your teacher said you want to be a little diplomatic because you're a former foreign minister." You say, and I said to him, Yombli didn't support you. Yombli pay money to undermine you. So you think you want to support her? He said, "I'm going there, Baba." So he didn't say anything to me. But I'm just thinking, if you fought someone, and Bezonga is in the best position not to even retaliate, if he saw one, I don't know if he's going to do it. He said that to me because he always say, "Hey, we ought to move Grand Bassa County forward." I don't know what he's thinking, but if Kapi is going to get in the race, it's going to be very dangerous for her.
Well, some people would say he's a decoy.
I thought Kapi that her ball. I'm shocked to hear this news today.
Yes. The man called me. He told me, he said, "My man, need a year." He said, "I'm coming back to my place." like he owns it. You see how these people can behave? Can you imagine the person coming back?
Yeah, going to say, "I come back."
Yeah, he coming back. So I'm saying to myself, I don't know what some of these people feel like. We're talking about the farmers. Some people feel so entitled. This man saying, "I'm coming back to my place."
Yeah.
That your place?
Their place?
He called me as a chief. Let's see, I will fire with whatever you say.
I was in Grand Bassa County when Bezonga was foreign minister and I served as his assistant minister. I spent a lot of time going back and forth in Buchanan, normally with him, and I started to study the people of Bassa. I started to focus to do some simulation. I tried to understand them, their psyche in terms of politics. And I said to him, one time, he said, "Pewee, if I contest this election," I told him, "Senator, it will be difficult for you to." He thought I wanted to say the major so we can help. He said, "When you want me to go," I said, "Senator, I think we were in Brussels that day." I said to him, "I don't think if you resign, I don't think you're going to win the election." He said, "Man," he said, "Man, you get it, China." I said, "No." I said, "I really laugh. I said, I'm a political adult in diplomacy now." I said, "You won't." He said, "Why?" I said, "A lot of things are going to play. You don't believe that loss of husband. The sympathy is going to be, the Bassa people, they have good people. The Bassa people got feelings for women. They got some level of sympathy they want to show during those times." I said, "One, she just lost her husband. She's mourning. She stayed. You see her. She stayed always doing that mourning thing, and she said, so they're going to be there. Secondly, she's a female. She will be appealing. You can challenge her for now. She's the sitting senator. For you to challenge her now, coming from us, it will be hard for you." He said, "Pewee, maybe I will contest." I said, "But two things. Let me say this for you. I know you'll contest, but I will not be surprised. If you want, it will be surprising to me." Yeah, he didn't like him. And you can tell, I said that to him. Who went to the elections? When the results started coming out, he called me and said, "Follow the result." I said, "Senator, that result will be close. I won't be by a little over maybe 1,008 to 2,000 vote there about." And for sure, what I said to him about the results playing to. He said, "You are praying for me to do." I said, "No, I was not praying. I knew this thing would have happened because there was some sympathy that was gravitating to her end. Though she's always fighting, so that should not be an issue. Leave the thing." I said, "But Senator, the fact that you got defeated this way, come back 2023 and beat the men that defeated in 2014.
Yeah.
He said, "No, I tell you, I don't go again." I said, "No, they can't beat you." I think we will change the narrative on what you did before in Grand Basso versus these people that are there, what is done. And best rappers, what he did when you for your protest all the line, and now they have done that line in terms of bringing community, all those things there for the country.
No.
I said, that you come back and you big copy convincing it. And for sure, on the side of the thing, you know, they start going to be a copy. I told him, we'll go past them. There was a time I was driving and stop my car, walking. That's one of the time around the road. One of those small villages. You want to go over there. They're dumb. They're fufu out there. They want to go some fresh fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. I told them. And my number one bastard I left. They back again. They start laughing. I went. It's like I said, all of them picking. I went and women and all this sitting there. And I joined them with something else. Then when I was leaving, I didn't get anything. I just saw them up. Okay, there was some children that were there. I had something I went. I think I gave the children. I gave the children all the king around them for them. The one we were eating, and I started asking them, say, they didn't know. I said, me, I'm from Basso, but I just let the Basso people that Then I asked the other woman, I say, the election are coming in 2023. I really want you to vote for my friend Cappy. The other woman said, no, we're not voting for Cappy. Yeah. Then the other one said, we're voting for Bazonga. You know, you call it Bazonga, the real Bazonga.
I said, real Basso.
How you vote for Bazonga? The American even speak Basso, I want to vote for him.
That's right.
He said, we knew for he could speak Basso, whatever for him 2005.
That's right.
Whatever for him again, but the teacher, that one he didn't win. They believe all the time Bazonga didn't win, the teacher him.
Yeah.
Then the other woman came, that fine man, I'm on the senator that I can say. Right? So I knew. I went back to him again. I told him, this time around, you'll win this election. I said, because you set with the people, the mindset of the ordinary people, struggling people that will go and hustle, get at things, they certify how they live and do things. I told him, I said, you're a big copy. And for sure, the results started coming out. He won.
Massively.
Yeah, he won. So the challenge for Yombly, if Cappy is not contesting and Cappy rallied behind her, and that's why I'm shocked to hear that Cappy is into this race, right? But even if Cappy is not supporting her, this guy from LRA, I don't know yet of Matani Dakosa, but I'm told she's working to do. And if Matani wants to challenge her, that 2 female. But that way they see what's going to happen. But the difficult election ever that's going to be in the history of Yombly life is going to be this election. It's not going to be her father legacy. No.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to carry her. No. It's not going to be her father legacy. No. The father legacy is not going to create jobs for the people. It's not going to change. Yeah, the government is still looking that way. She's pro-tem. There's no bed. That father legacy that the people count in? No, man. Many Bazonians will say to hell with that father legacy thing.
But
it would not always be legacy of father thing. Like, yeah, and the Basel teacher. What have done? Then I can teach the Basel language. What have done that done for the people?
Right, that's right. But there's a permanent name here from Bassa, Trokon Bayou.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know Trokon Bayou.
Okay, that name is associated with the popular superintendent, Joseph M.N. Bayou.
Yeah.
He said with more people running against her, it will make her re-election easier. The opposition candidate will share their votes and she may squeeze it off. If the opposition are divided, all she may need might be 33% to win. That's what.
I agree somehow with Trokon, and I disagree somehow with him. Trokon, let me say this to you quickly, Mr. Bayou. The people that will support her, and that's what I'm saying. If this guy is not in the race, Cappy is not in the race, it's probably going to help her to probably get a chance to come back. Now, and part of the reason I know you from Grand Bassa, you understand the politics better also. But I spend more time going around Grand Bassa County, even the rural part of it, and the urban Bassa, which is the upper Buchanan, the upper Buchanan around the surrounding. It was surprising to know that the people that are voting for Cappy are the same kind of people that want to vote for Yombly. They got the same support base.
That's correct.
So an attempt for him to contest and she's in the race is going to jeopardize her chance of coming back. That I can say to anybody. If Cappy is in the race, Yombly, 2 of them will go. 2 of them will go home. But if Yombly is in the race alone, and Cappy's support is there, and then Matoni is there, and this guy from LRA, what is he again? Montgomery is there, then it will be a little challenging. But the election is going to be between the way I'm seeing things in Bassa. it's going to be between Yombli and that of Montgomery. Yombli and Montgomery. Now, if Bezonga were to put his endorsement behind any of them, I mean behind the Yombli opponent, particularly Montgomery, there is trouble. It will be troubling for her. If Bezonga don't support it, if Bezonga were to play the role that she did in 2020 whatsoever 3, then there's a problem for her. If Bezonga don't endorse her and run campaign for someone against her, Bezonga got some serious base in Grand Bassa County. That should not be overlooked, Mr. Elizabeth.
Oh, but I told Honorable Finlay the last time when he lost the election, there are 2 major things that he brought to the county that he didn't amplify. Okay, using his proximity to the presidency, they paved the Grand Bassa Road. That was a major accomplishment. Then I was on the phone with Honorable Bezonga Finlay when he called me to help gather support for the Bassa Community College. And he called me, he said, Jerome, we passed it. I am taking I got it here. I got a copy here with me. The original copy he sent me when I went to Bassa. He said, I am taking it to the president, Jerome, for the president to sign this into hand bill. And when you come, you're going to get an original copy. And when he called me, he said she signed it. He took a picture and sent it. The president has signed the Bassa Community College bill, being the first community college in the country. So these are major, we talk about heavy lifting to pave that road. You know how terrible that road was from Monroe to Bassa. It took 3-4 hours.
Yes.
Maybe more. And when you're driving, the tree branches slapping you.
I'm on the road,
then, then they had that makeshift bridge, that iron bridge.
Iron bridge, yeah.
When you go, you're scary kind of stuff.
It was bad.
He made that happen. So that's why I said, Bezonga, you needed a good PR team, because these 2 things, they are so germane to the survival of the country, the economy of the country, everything that is there. So I'm glad that he came back, and now they have to do something about the electricity. What they did over there this July 26th was a PR move. It was a PR stunt when the LEC director said, we got electricity in the Buchanan. Then at the end for him to say we planted 335 poles. What? The population of the county is, over 300,000 people, and you planting 300 poles. So it's like every 1,000 person get one. It doesn't even make sense. And it's from the Monroe Buchanan Junction to the fairground. That's it. And then they anecdotally gave light to the administration building, to the fairground, and that is it. No homes got electricity, nothing outside of Todman Street.
So they are not doing connection? No, they are not just doing the homes yet?
No, not yet. So,
but when they start that, they're going to start, many people are going to start moving back to Buchanan and this sort of thing.
The economy is going to boom.
It's support, and that's why I recommend. Yeah, supposed to that. I recommended this guy. I just came just now from Atlanta City. I was in Atlanta City some Tuesday. I just got back. I mean, see how that place can be. I mean, all those big hotels. Into the casino, I was because I was in the ocean casino resort. But you walk through the casino of each of those hotels, you see, even then you get scared.
And along the boardwalk.
Along the boardwalk, the hotel is that hotel alone. Believe that we yesterday saw my daughter's birthday, so we went to the Hard Rock. The Hard Rock there to just sit to some of the Kennick area, the sugar factory, right? There's another side of it that you see him on the other casino. Each of those lot of hotels in Atlanta City, each of the Golden Rocket, you enter so you imagine That's a massive sea city also, right?
Yeah.
You see how they kind of think. So water cities can normally bore.
Yeah.
So that would be our own Atlantic or ocean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Call it the port city of Buchanan, right?
And guess what? Mr. Amin Modad, he is ahead of this curve.
They made their beautiful.
You saw what he built over there? Oh Lord!
Yeah. I'm sure he has not officially opened it.
No, but in fact, people are complaining he needs to build more because Estela Metal have engaged the whole hotel.
Oh, engagement, and they won't be keeping it for their bosses, for their guests.
For their guests.
Some of their top. Oh, he built it in the front of, he built it in the front of Airbnb store, right?
Something like that. My brother told me, he said Metalski have engaged the entire place. When in fact this gone event, they said people couldn't even get a place to stay because Metal have taken over, all the employees have taken over the places. So if you had money to invest now on Pewee, that is the place to go because a gentleman, the guy who run most of the hotel here at Howard Johnson's and Hilton, they say all you need to make profit is 30% occupancy. 30%, can you imagine? You don't need 50%, you don't need 30% occupancy. 30%. That's all you need. So if you got 100 rooms and you got 30 filled every day, you will meet good. You're good to go. And when they have an event like they just had in Buchanan, where you got 100% capacity for a whole week or two, you make your 2-3 money in 2-3 years money in 1 or 2 weeks, because that's what happens when you have the concessionaire. I mean, we talk about huge concessionaire in Bassa. We got a lot.
Good deal for him. Yeah.
Yes. So he is now going, now that he has seen, and you see where he built the hotel. Okay, the resort. It is adequately the Sunset Beach. I mean, it's a beautiful spot. If you are in this man hotel, you are looking at a ship docking in and out. You can see the horizon, the sunset. It's a beautiful spot he chose. So he is set to make money. If someone like you or I, we were able to pool our resources, we don't have as much money as he has, but it were to just pool our resources, that we build small thing here and then add on to it, you make money because, look, the last time
it's about time folks start finding money to build some resorts around Buchanan there.
Yes.
If not resort, rather you build your Airbnb apartment there.
Look.
It start growing.
Along the Benson River, I mean, you know what, along the St. John River, because I mean, the views along the rivers are just beautiful, from St. John to Benson, the Atlantic Ocean, all over the place. So it's a beautiful spot. We just need visionary young men and women to pool their resources. I'm telling the folks, let's get out of this. I am doing it. Pool your resources. 3-4 you guys get together, sign a contract, pool your resources and build something. So we all can absorb the wins and the losses, right? If we're 4, the most you can lose is 25% of your investment because you're 4. But Liberian men, our ego always gets in the way that you want to do everything solo. Well, for Modar, he been around for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And he has done other things too that have brought in money to him. And he's part of the establishment. So who knows? President Joseph Boakai may have said to him, man, listen, we are going to engage all your room when the guests come to Liberia, send us a bill. So these are the things we are talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about potential money-making thing when you get to Bassa. Mr. Bayou, Trocon Bayou, let's get together, put some investors together, Bassa boys and girls, go out there.
Yep, push out the money, man. Mr. Y'all go spend some money in Buchanan.
Yeah, and stop blaming the Lebanese and the Fullers and all that. We're not doing much. So, but that is the problem that we are having in Liberia. We do not want to go out there and take the risk. Okay, we don't want to take the risk. And then when the Fullers come, the Lebanese come, they take the risk, and when they are benefiting, then we say, look how you treat us Liberian people. No, we got a lot of Liberians with money, with resources. Why aren't they investing? So those are the areas that we are talking about. Let's go to This one here. I know this one because I know they are targeting you. The NEC proposes higher fee on contesting the electoral contestation. Why? Why squeeze? Is that a strategy to stop everybody from running? So you just make the fee so high that it will kind of sift out other folks.
Oh yes, I think the decision first came out of the legislature. There were some folks in the legislature that brought this, proffered this issue before, and it was heavily challenged by people outside. They believe that this will stop most of the folks from outside of coming to challenge them. So that I think they were pushing this and now above the neck. I don't know the fees, but they were bringing somehow. But they were saying, I thought it's talked to around that amount was even increased at the time, but nobody was talking about this from adjustment. I think the House Representative said $5,000. That's the current amount. Ooh. And then the Senate, I think it says $7,000, and the President said $10,000. Now, I stand to be corrected on these numbers. I just sent it, but I'm sure, I'm deeply convinced that I'm correct. But I hope if not, then I stand to be corrected. But yeah, it's 5, 7, and 10,000. This was challenged at the time, even, but I think they stopped at that. They tried to push the House to 10, and 15. 7, 10, and 25,000 for the president. So I thought they may have done some adjustment somewhere. So I don't know the current amount they're proposing. So if they will propose this from that, they will change from that and propose a new amount. That'll be an extraordinary hike in the price. And is this tantamount to a violation of the Constitution in terms of preventing people from exercising their constitutional rights? Because the Constitution says every citizen, and again, with the kind of way people will do things, that is tantamount to undermining the Constitution also. Because the Constitution, from the beginning, states clearly that the fees of those things should not be anything that should prevent ordinary citizens from doing that. So if you were to keep the fees from that amount, which is 5,000, to say 10,000, my person charging, you just want to narrow it down to those that are already into the position. Now, a lawmaker can afford that. Remember, just take 1 year, he can afford that, right? But the outside man is coming, what do you do? Before you find money to campaign, you go pay that money, all your money finished. All your money finished. So I think there will have to be some, people have to stand the ground and use the court system that we do here in the U.S.
I was just about to say, can I sue?
Yeah, use the court system to stop some of these things. It is a violation of my constitutional right. And I think the court should, if the court itself is not tampered with, then the court should pull out to these things. I think this is unacceptable to put the amount fair. And that's why they, even to be president, the law says that you should have an equivalent property of 25,000. Meaning, anytime, not even say you have money in the bank of that amount. Then why would we be charging me that amount to their contest for the presidency? It's a violation of, I think, the Constitution. And there have to be some very strenuous look at that in terms of preventing these things from disallowing or trying to disenfranchise those people that don't have the money and want to contest. That would be a blatant violation of their constitutional right.
Let me say this too. You see, this is why we in this platform business and talking social media, this is why we don't bring you anything else. My own batch of people here, Lawrence Dolan, said, let's get to politics now. You've been talking about it. Oh, you want to talk about
we're talking about the people who get to election at the meeting. So you want to talk about them as a knowing, listen, Lawrence, I understand you want to talk about the job situation, or you want to say this is something what Professor Key said today, but this is critical. Lawrence, maybe you may want to contest tomorrow, or your wife may want to contest tomorrow if you marry, or your significant person will want to contest, or your father or mother or sister, brother will want a Congress of yours. We want a friend that you really believe in as a comrade. We want to declare his intent to contest the elections. Then they come and say, oh, okay, say you won't be represented. that 5,000 or 10,000 to register. Come here, Lawrence, my brother.
Especially when you bring home 224 a month.
Yeah. Let agree on civil servant, Lawrence. This is a serious politics. Let agree on civil servant making $300 a month. You the people of your district.
What $300? They put the correction man said 224 and more he brings home.
There you go.
How
Let agree, yeah. Then your people in your district say you say you are a very progressive man. They say when you represent us. Then you go to the restaurant and they post it at 10,000. Then you go to the people, you say, I don't get the money. Say, what? And the people too go to try to write it. Is that not violating the rights of the people? I mean, this is wrong because the Constitution also say people can petition someone want to contest. They will come and say, Lauren, money or no money, when you contest, we will vote for you. I mean, that's it. This, Mr. Gayman, these are things that are orchestrated by dangerous politicians that are just wanting to stay their way into politics so they can have the influence there and keep the poor continuously poor. Because they believe that in an attempt to open, and that's one of the reasons, because before, and the reason why lawmakers brought these things up is because they said before, staffers of lawmakers contested against their bosses and defeated them. Oh, there's been history of that, precedents there. Staffer of lawmakers contested against their bosses, lawmaker, and defeated them. I'll go back to history. I can't agree. Contested, he came as a staffer before, with the then representative Rufus Newville. He went on to defeat Rufus Newville.
You kidding?
They have precedents. Yeah, they have precedents. So you see, these things started coming off on that line. So when they started going, they said, no, how can we make this very difficult for those struggling men that are coming up to not just get this? And trust me, if you have to push that into 10,000, those people will be hustling all over the place, but it's strenuous. It's strenuous. This is not intent. NEC is not a revenue-generating institution. And that's one of the areas we have to, if they do that, I will petition the Supreme Court on behalf of those people and attempt to enforce this. The neo-progressive will petition the Supreme Court. If they don't do it, then we'll go to ECOWAS again and complain. Yet there be history that, because part of the reason why people will want to go into things, if they feel marginalized, they revolt against the state. You don't keep the people down because stopping people from contesting because you want to hack the price in the registration process. That is wrong.
Boy, listen.
That is wrong.
I want you to connect this to the to crime, right? We are talking about crime, the cartel and all of this. I'll be real with you, but make the connection, because if I need 10,000 and I can't find it, and the cartel is willing to give me 40,000 on Roma campaign, who do you think I will go to? Isn't this dangerous?
And that's the point. That's the point. You move to these people and say to them, and they will come to you and say, oh, remember, we know you got some connection, you can win, we connect you. And then if you were to win, then they start tapping into your influence, start tapping into your political connections and the rest of that. So this is dangerous. And I think the first time they push it to a certain amount, we considerably try to talk around this debate around the situation and all of it. But I think if it were to come back to the debate about this time hacking out, because if you were to take, let's say, representative, I need to check the price backward. I'm just sent back to someone to see if we can help with the current price. But if you were to take the price from 5,000 to 10,000 for representative, and senator from 7,000 to 10,000, and then maybe the presidency to 25,000. I said, Mr. Gayman, that's a problem. That's a serious problem. Then most of the ordinary people would not vote. That's the dilemma we found ourselves in. I thought we ought to really work around that. It's a serious.
Isn't it the problem now? We say the Lebanese and the Indians and other folks. We are talking about state being captured. Isn't this? If I went to a Lebanese man and borrowed $40,000 and ran my campaign, I have to pay him back his money. So before I even begin to serve my constituency, I owe my loyalty, number one, to the Lebanese man who gave me the $40,000 to win my election. Not only do I have to pay him back what I owe him, but I owe him my life because he got me to where I am. And this is what we are talking about when special interests have that much power over our elected officials.
Absolutely, and that's the point. And most of it, some people do go back to most of these Lebanese business guys around, get to these folks and say to them, hey, this is why I want to do, this is why I want to do, this is why I want to do. And it's part of the reason why these guys come in their enormous influence around the political structure of the country. And that's the reason. Because most of them, sometimes the guys sit on debates on 40, they take the phone and place a call to some of our lawmakers, and these guys lack in. Because the guy will move to them. Now, you'll see a current city representative, city senator, will take the phone and call one of those learning boys. Either the guy that put our own city bidder, or this Indian boys that own city brothers, those. So the whole thing is spread between the Lebanese and the Indian community. So that's basically it, Mr. Gayman. Yeah.
It is one of those things that we are talking about. Politicians being bought, they are in somebody's pocket. They own.
And then it plugs in.
Because this pole right here is running 100 meg.
Hello.
So the question is.
Your name and where you calling from? Your name and where you calling from?
I said my name is Roland, and I'm calling from Arizona.
Go ahead.
Arizona, AZ.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to check on the electoral registration. You know, my friend and brother Pewee talking about. I know that he's trying to see if most of our people won't be disenfranchised, but I think it is time for us to look at our country. After 100 and almost 80 years, we stay high on educated people. People from gold mines will come. How come somebody will come from gold mine, register with $500 to become a representative, and that person will be making 100? And if you look at our salary now, 180,000 a year times 6, and those guys also have their hands into our county development funds. Every year they get in 100,000, like at the representative level for I know they say representative project or what kind of project they're gonna do. It is time now to elevate, you know, and see how we can bring educated people, lawyers. When you look at the great United States, most of the people in Congress, okay, most of them, they are not lawyers, right? But after they leave the military or they leave business school, they go to law school, and then now they go and contest to become a representative. But when you look at the way our people are behaving, for example, somebody that Tomafala, okay, nobody even knows the credential. The guy just come in and bamboozle that way with stolen money, you know, and just sit in there. And then when the Supreme Court says that you guys go back to status quo ante, they don't understand that. They talk about majority. Oh yeah, this is the majority. Oh yeah, the horse is the way of the majority. They need to increase the price of representative to 10,000, senator 25, and to become a president in Liberia, it should be about 100,000. Yes, that's what we won't have funny people who say, "Oh, I'm just here to test the water." We will have serious people, because when you come into politics with money, and then you try to how you call it, you try to manage the wealth of your people, you won't steal. When you look at next door articles to become president there, I think it's about 50 to 75,000, if I'm not mistaken. But in Liberia, you want to give somebody a representative job, they say, oh, to register that $500. I would just go around and ask my family members to give me that $500, I will go in Congress and sit there. I will even pass one law for the 6 I will be there, and then again, all the corruption in the country, I will be part of all the corruption in the country, like how you call it, like Prince Moiden, they want to be on all the budget committee. So we need to increase the price to have serious people. You see, man, Pewee, the Pewee is very smart. People that Pewee, when they go into Congress, they will explain things, right? But when you look at somebody like most of our boys in there, all of them will tell you, oh yeah, we are from LU. Oh yeah, LU. But time to perform, they don't perform well. So they need to increase the price. That's my opinion, though. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, I was just thank you, Roden. I thought yes, I'm just talking on the phone about Messi on, but that's a very important point. But I was trying to say something as I stand to be correct. There was a debate at the time from the lawmaker, so I just spoke to someone from the NEC, and I don't think this issue is really coming from the NEC. I think it's being pushed by some people in the higher political areas that are pushing it. But the current amount as it stands is $2,500 for the office of the president. It's small, yeah. You meet them Mr. Given. I'll go to the other one. Yeah. It's too small. You whatever they get wrong. $2,500 for the office of the president, and if you want to be president of the bureau, at 2,000. I think I agree with Roden too. It needs to be some adjustment.
What?
$2,500 to be president, and to be senator of the Republic of Liberia is $750. And I see what lawmakers are saying. And Roden was very right, just at some point he said, you just give him a good man, get some money in your pocket, you put it so and then the other thing you read so your head and you can sit down in Florida and arrest somebody. Then the representative you just have to have $500 US to be represented. So it's $2,500 for the level of the presidency, $750 for the level of the senator, and then $500 US for. I think that's the reason why the debate is now on, to see reason to hike the price a little bit. I would think for me, $5,000 for representative would be okay, to be honest. And I would think, again, the debate, the same thing I'm saying. I don't want to contradict my own point first and foremost. I have to be mindful here, because people are saying the intent of the Constitution also. Now, if you say $5,000, is not that too high from 500 to 5,000? A lot of folks really have that. That's not small money in Liberia. So that's the problem, Mr. Gayman. 2005 president, 750 senator, 500 representative. But there's a now plan to exponentially increase that amount.
No wonder we'll be having 30 people running for president. Let me work on Dr. Peabody. You got your 500, or you got your 750, or you got your 2,000. Which one? So you got to tell me what you're running for. So you tell me that man you got there, I know where you're running. Which one you got? You got 2,000, you got 700, or you got 500?
I think I'll stick with my 700.
Okay, Senator Peabody, welcome to the show.
Good to see, man. Good to see everybody, man. Good to see Sylvester. Good to see Mr. Gayman.
It is. We got a lot of good news here for you today. Your best friend, the prophet, is out. Prophet Key is out. I know you are celebrating because you are a man of God. He said he's the only Israeli in Liberia by way of Nimba, and God treated him as they did Joseph. When Joseph came from bondage, he sat with Pharaoh. Today, he sat with the vice president. So you see that as a major victory. God put him there for a reason, he says.
You know, Mr. Gayman, look, man, I'm happy he's free. In the first place, I don't support Prophet Key profanity, but equally so, his rights were abused by the inept Chief Justice. It was abuse, and I think they violated his rights as a human being. And what they did to Prophet Key will go down in history. It will go against Liberia. it just makes it scary for anybody. People can say anything they want to say. He didn't threaten the Chief Justice. The very women that we claim Prophet Key has been insulting, they supported Prophet Key. They supported. They bought car for Prophet Key in Morocco. Some of them travel. A lot of women, hundreds, that have Prophet Key live. I don't support his profanity. Those vulgarity that he used all the time against women and people, all that, I don't support it at all. But I also do not support jailing somebody because they insulted their mom, or because he insulted women. The Prophet Key insult women, it was the women's responsibility to take him to court and sue him. But I think it was bad. It was miscarriage of the law. They abused the law. And that's a classical example when you talk about ineptness of somebody who is totally dumb to the law and doesn't really know the law. He brought this man to court. He resided. He did everything. And I think it's bad for our country, that somebody like Nyame Bwese will go there. And your party created that. Your party, your CDC went and brought that man in. He's corrupt. That's the man who sent people to his hotel when they're having the Bar Association meeting. He showed that everybody go to his hotel and pay and rent and stuff like that. I mean, to be honest, the rule of law is bad. I mean, the way that they are moving in Liberia when it comes to the law. President, we gave this man an opportunity. So let me give the traditional Liberian brother an opportunity to sit on that bench and to really do something. Give him a great opportunity. Okay? It's true that he should be independent when it comes to the law. But even the U.S. here, some of the people that Donald Trump appointed, they still remain loyal on that Supreme Court to President Donald Trump. President, we appointed this guy and a few other people, but look what they have done. So I think Nyame Bwese is a complete disgrace when it comes to the law in Liberia. And he should be ashamed of himself, honestly. Yeah, should be ashamed of himself.
You see, President Weah was trying to do the right thing because everybody keeps saying he's from the southeast, he's from the southeast, he's from the southeast. So he decided to go up north and get somebody, and he got a complete pawpaw. They were the word about people. Real pawpaw is soft, and you can't predict what this guy, because sometimes you say, okay, these people are professional folk, they will live by the tenets of the law. And then you find out someone like that comes along and twist the law. We have a tape here that hopefully we can play, when he said, I'll put him in jail. We are from Nima. Nima people don't behave like we want to have our own, trying to misbehave. So I will put him in jail. He will stay there until. How can a lawyer, the Supreme Court justice, telling people that he has taken upon himself to lock up a non-citizen? I mean, beyond the law, say, I'm going to lock him up because he's not supposed to talk about women like that. And yes, let me work.
Well, some of the legal scholars in the country saw nothing wrong with it.
I mean,
those who call themselves legal scholar, they saw like nothing was wrong with it. And that's bad for the country, Mr. Gayman, and that makes you scared. That makes me scared. When we go to Liberia, you can't even say anything. Like the statement I just made, I will not make it in Liberia. Nyame Bwese could jail me for another 6 months.
Of course.
Because he's very inept. I say that.
Because you said if somebody does something to you, take them to the law. Judy Endick did the right thing.
Yep.
She took him to court.
Mm-hmm.
And they said it is a First Amendment right. They threw the case out.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same judicial system.
This time was not First Amendment right because he caused the Chief Justice.
Yeah, he caused the Chief Justice, man. He can cause Toure, he can cause Peabody, but don't touch the people. Let me welcome Toure. Toure, welcome to the show.
Yeah, welcome, big bro. How you doing?
You can welcome, but you just come. You can welcome.
Good to see you.
Welcome to my presence.
Your Basa people, your photo, all kind of tricky people too damn tricky. That's why they all go to law school. You go to Arthur Grant Law School. They say Tomalin you to say that the Basa people want to school, they should just name it after them. But welcome to the show, man.
Yeah, big bro. Thanks for the welcome. I appreciate it. I think Liberia is bleeding. And when we talked about ethical leadership, it just shows that Liberia lacks ethical leadership in almost every sector. Unfortunately, I don't know. I think, to be honest, this is me calling on Liberians to know their right, stand up for the right, and face the fact. They're not government. Liberia don't even have manpower. They got police equal to one community. Satan community population because of government Liberia. Government Liberia by the population. I mean, law enforcement population. Just that community alone. We cannot sit there and allow, ourselves as Liberian people to go through tyranny. It's wrong. This is not all that the people team business. No. We understand what Pewee did was wrong. Individually, it depends who he was talking to, what he was saying at the time. He was wrong for insulting most women at the time. I've never supported Pewee. I've never watched Pewee live before. Usually, I've seen bits and pieces of his clips here and there. But at the end of the day, you don't steal the candle to read the Bible. You don't steal the candle to read the Bible. You don't break the law to enforce the law. It's not right. So at the end of the day, when say I had a conversation with somebody, one of the people from the justices, that I'm very close to, and I was like, to be honest, I know this is your thing, but I think what you did was wrong. How will you guys sit there? And the person pretty much told me, oh, he needed to go sit down quiet for a little bit. No, you don't bring your sentiments or emotion into stuff like that, because you are setting a precedence that is not even fair. I mean, courts are allowed to set precedents, at any point in time, and making it a new phenomenon. But that was wrong. You cannot be the juror, the judge, the prosecutioner, everything at the same time. You put this man in jail for no reason whatsoever, because you took your personal feelings towards your job. Liberian people need to rise up to the tyranny, stand up to face it, and stand up for your right. Because today is Pewee. I will never come on social media because of the future that I'm trying to build for myself. I will never come on social media and insult anybody. Knowing what I know now, I did it before. I was not even on social media. I called somebody on social media. That was it. But knowing what I know now, I will never insult anybody, because at the end of the day, it haunts my future. However, we cannot sit here and allow people who, are in offices that we entrust with our power to pretty much litigate situations that are between us and the state or other people. We can't allow them to abuse that. Not because you're serving a training position. That training position, it has condition. It's conditional. It's not anything you do goes. No, it's conditional. So if you appoint corruption, it can be proved. It can be impeached from that place. It's happened before. Whether it was corruption, not corruption, it happened before. You had another justice that was impeached at one point in time. So my point I'm trying to make is, Liberian people, you're standing up for your rights. You're standing up for your truth. If I was the guy who was pretty much vocal and trying to call people out of their names, I would be calling him out of the exact same words Pewee used on him, I would have been using on him today. But I cannot do it, because that does not reflect the man that I am. You're not, and it's bad. It's so bad that you have this visionless, short-sighted, not innovative, older people in key positions who don't even understand the society they're serving, the population they're serving. They don't even understand them no more. But they're the ones that make a decision for these people. It's okay. It comes with the chief justice position or the justice's position, because that's a position. However, we should start looking at older people who look at their position with wisdom and take your personal feelings out of it. This is not a Nimbayan thing. This is not a Grand Bassa County thing. This is the nation you are serving, and it's an embarrassment to the government at large for them to sit down and allow that to happen. It's an embarrassment to Nagbe, whatever his name is. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Nagbe, it's an embarrassment to him. He should be ashamed of himself.
But why are you attacking old folks?
No, because the old folks have destroyed that country, and unfortunately, some of us are not going. We are ushering ourselves into that old folks syndrome. Liberia problem has been for the old, greedy people. It has been. We had a civil war that came to that country today because of all corrupt, greedy people.
Exactly. And a lot of them can't even retire. And Joe Walker brought all of them back. All of them back.
To be honest, you know, I like Joseph Walker. But sometimes I just call a spade.
Toure,
yeah.
You want to blame the old man, and then look at this. They say all these things about Prophet Key, blah, blah, blah. They made sure that he didn't contest in the senatorial election in Nima. But then they went to him to beg him to endorse Samuel Koga, and he did. And he campaigned for Samuel Koga. Samuel Koga was going all over Nima, parading with Prophet Key, and Samuel Koga won. So is that Samuel Koga is a much younger person. Prophet Key is a young person. So why old people? It is just a system. Let me go to Pewee. Pewee, this one here, I got to take my brother to task here. They squeeze this man out of the Senate race. They say he wasn't qualified, he wasn't good, he wasn't that. But they turn around and say he should endorse Koga. Koga went to him begging for endorsement. He endorses Koga. Koga wins the election. Okay? Then the same people turn around and say, our Nima people, we don't tolerate people who can curse people, so I will put him in jail. Defender of the Nima tradition, I will put him in jail for 6 months until he can counter himself. The man is saying this on tape, Pewee.
Oh yes, and you see, and we started it from the get-go of the show tonight that these are some disgusting and unacceptable behavior of certain high-profile government officials wanting to use the power of their positions to intimidate and suppress others, if you will. And I think part of the point you raised is that the day out of that, so they knew that Prophet Key started causing far before even he came. He started causing him before they could even come close to the elections. Prophet Key is a career and a very consummate man that can cause. I don't know how to put that thing in context even, but he's a consummate person that knows vulgarity and beyond vulgarity, uses kind of unnecessary and unpleasant statement, particularly in describing women and the rest of that. They saw all of that. The current president said before, while operating with Prophet Key, even if he have to deal with the devil, he would do that to do things. All of them knew Prophet Key did those things. But the problem is that I think Yami was on getting the job. He was trying to exercise his strength. You know, they say moke can be blind, right? So certain people we get in power that had them basically would behave. So he tried to do that, and the reason why he did that with Prophet Key is that Prophet Key mentioned him, that he was involved into some mis and malfeasant, and so he knew the intent of Prophet Key going to jail was his colleagues supporting him because he's the head of the judiciary by stand of him being the chief justice, the chief administrator of that institution. So they punished Prophet Key in that unconstitutional way. I thought it was reckless on his part. I thought part of what Prophet Key said made a lot of sense, that he's being involved in, it's not an alleged situation no more about corruption, because he appointed his incompetent and unqualified son. That's corruption if people don't know about these things, right? So I thought they didn't give the man the time to defend himself. He would have even said that, hey, the reason I was saying about your corruption thing is the way you handle the thing when you became Chief Justice, you brought in your son that is incompetent and unqualified. That is corruptibility, that is nepotism. And you eventually reverse your decisions and you capitulate it. And so part of the reason behind these things is that Prophet Key is not only the firewall he used on his platform, and I mean, it's acceptable. Folks would do those things. Prince Johnson was the godfather of the Nyenwolo, the man who caused any other thing. Right? They all kind of nonsense. Even when he was executing Samuel Doe, we heard the kind of a thing he said on the video and the rest of that. So, listen, the very Chief Justice, he can tell me he had now caused before. So to tell the man we will stop you from doing that, that is just complete BS. And it's about time that we stop that in the history of the country. Prophet Key, Justin Opa Yezian, did not only support these people, but he's been part of most of their activities of recent. So, and listen, the reason for me, I'm happy that he's out, because I thought his rival being infringed upon. And now that he's out, I don't know what's going to be now. When he met the vice president today, imagine the man just came from being jailed for criminal contempt, and he's with the vice president, right? So maybe he got some deep line of government issue, but I think part of that is to pacify him. It's like giving the pacifier to a young baby to stop the baby from crying momentarily while the food is being so the intent is to pacify him while they found me to say, okay, well, we will stay with you. That's why we didn't have the power to get you out because the judiciary is separation of power. We didn't want to interfere into that and the rest of that. But I'm inclined I'm being told by lawyers that the president would have intervened to grant him because it's a criminal issue. The president had the power to grant clemency, but they didn't want to do that. That would be seen as a muscle in the judiciary that interfering into judicial contempt and the rest of those things. But the way we apply the judicial law of the Republic, I think it's on 12.1, that stated clearly that for criminal contempt charges, no one shall serve more than 30 days in prison for that issue, and you send them to jail for 6 months. That was just a miscarriage of justice, and it was basically totally out of order. And I thought that's one of the reasons why we sympathize with Prophet Key. But if he's going to change, it's left with him. But I wouldn't be the one. If someone told me if the Chief Justice did nonsense, I would say he did nonsense. If he did stupid things, I would say he did stupid things, right? Like the stupid and nonsensical thing he did about bringing his incompetent son to be appointed as a magistrate. We thought that was part of the deep culture of corruption he been engaged with, and he did try to amplify that at the time of appointing his son in that position that is incompetent and unqualified. So removing someone to bring your son, that is political malfeasance, and that is tantamount to corruption. So, I mean, good that Prophet Key is out tonight. I think he will spend some very quality family time and try to recoup most of those social things he left from some time being with his kids and other things, and the rest of that. I think he will have some sober reflection, and we hope to see him doing what he does, what he loved doing. But we hope, if I was in his shoe, trust me, there's no level of unconstitutional thing will stop me from expressing myself. It is a constitutional given right, not just one stupid bunch of stupid people will sit somewhere because of power, and they want to misuse that in terms of that. No, the Constitution is there to protect everybody, and not for just the few that got the power. They themselves are not above the law.
Honorable Peabody, we got here. Earlier, Mr. Turi was talking about the manpower when it comes to security in Liberia. It says that the armed forces of Liberia consist of approximately 2,010 members. The Army of Liberia, maybe it gone up. The AFL is 2,010, and the National Police maintain a force of 4,100. The Army is 2,000, and the police for the entire country. The entire nation of 5 million, we got 4,100 and to 5,000, and they include active police, office staff. I mean, this. So the reason I'm saying is, what these people think if the nations get upset? What the whole army is 2,000, the police is 5,000. When you combine it, the entire country has 7,000. The security for that includes secretary, everybody that in the police force.
Yeah.
How in the world these people think that they are so safe and guaranteed that they can do anything, trample on people's rights?
No, that's why the vice president made a comment one time that the country is not safe. The border are very porous. Nobody's at the border. The border is empty and all of that because we don't have the manpower. We don't. I don't know what has been done to increase the security forces in our country. That's why drugs can pass anywhere in our country, through the border, to the airport, anywhere they can pass. Because we don't have the manpower. We don't have the trained people that can do it. Not only the police and army combined 7,000, but name how many of them have the equipment they need to lead or to to protect the law of Liberia. Most of the people in the police don't even have a tear gas.
No.
They just roam the street. They don't even have cars. So if you live in places like Kakatown, outside of Kakatown, Baratoa area, and something happened, police have to ask people to give them a ride or probably have them jump on a motorcycle to go fight crime. That's how terrible it is for the country. So like one person said, he said, we want to live here by the grace and mercy of God. It's our only protector that we have in this country. But when you depend on police to come fight, to come protect you, or to when there is something, it's not going to happen. And if you have the population almost 3 to 4 million rise up against you, what can you do? They can take over that whole country in one day. 3,000-4,000 men can stop almost 3 to 4 million people. But it's not good for a whole country. And that's why you see the lawlessness that take place in that country, because nobody afraid of the police. People can just see police and even pushing out of the way and leave or bribe them and go. And that's why the drug cartel saw a very soft spot in Liberia. They started dealing with if the officials in the police, and they are so corrupt. I mean, people bringing in $300 million drugs and you taking bribe for $10,000. That shows how vulnerable these guys are, and stuff like that. They don't have the police. It's not equipped in Liberia. Even right in Monrovia, you can live looking time. Something happen, you know how long it takes before police even get there or so. And that's why we see even the fire service. Every fire that comes in Monrovia is either contained by the citizens or the residents of the community, because we even got good fire truck for the whole country. So you in the Grand Gita and there's a fire, before the fire truck get there, everybody will die. Yeah. It's just bad off, Mr. Gayman. It's sad. It's sad.
Let me go to Mr. Pewee. Let's go back to the politics and how we got here, and hopefully what we can do. And Plato, I was reading something today about Plato, and he said it, and I said, this member have been speaking to Liberia. He said, people often say democracy is the best system of government, but the educated and the uneducated in democracy hold the same voting right and power. When knowledge and ignorance carry equal weight, all you get is spectacle, and at that rate, spectacle will defeat reasoning. This is somebody thousands of years ago. When you put an uneducated, uninformed person, and you give them the same quality of vote as a man who is well informed, the uninformed man cancels out the informed man, and since there are more uninformed people, it becomes a spectacle and they win. We have to do something. If you now were in Plato's camp and you had a vision, how do you leverage, how do you balance, how do you solve this issue? Because they are more than, the unlearned people are more than the people. So how do you then, is democracy really the best system for us?
I think for now, I think it is the best system for us, because what it does is that they try to put some certain level of regulations in preventing us from going back to the dark and very tumultuous days of the history of the country. And it is the mechanism by which there's a kind of a guardrail for the republic to basically not go back to our very dangerous past. So I think democracy is still the way pathway to the country. Other than that, trust me, if you're to keep it that way, you found one group of people the managing power, then the next group of people will come in. If the way I'm not starting from that angle. First, it started from the so-called, we call them Congo, but I hate doing that, but the Congo people, they said they ruled the country for a very long time, more than 100 years. And then it gave room to those progressive boys coming in and say, okay, they satisfy us to how things were moving on. It was a one-party state, so they needed multi-party democracy. by introducing multi-party democracy would have been a hope for the country to come back. Fighting for all these things led to and then due to the marginalization, the rest of the certain group of people went to the butchers. And first, the coup came. When the coup came, got rid of the Congo Boys administration, and then they killed 13 of them. But again, we came back to a more darker history of the country when they were even more very corrupt and even marginalizing their own indigenous people in the way we want to call them country boys. And another offspring of another Congo a group of people came with the civil crisis. Boom, joined by, because these other people believe also that they were marginalized. The Gio people, the Liban, the Mano Gio felt, okay, we've been harmed, hurt, killed, and that of things unfolding now accounted by the Crown and the Grandians. So we will support this thing. The war came and this sprinkled into several different ethnic crisis, if you will. It spread all through. We did that for almost 7-8 years and then came back to peace. Now, with 2006 reborn of the Republic via the comprehensive Accra Peace Agreement, of the rebirth of the new day in the country, in our new dispensation about the democratization process. Should we maintain this path? I would bet Mr. Gayman would say, yeah, we should. Other than that, every 5 years, after every period of time, there will be certain group of people that will say, okay, the people will retire. So democracy is a guardrail for us on a serious note. Now, is it the best way? No, but it's the most convenient thing to do. There are other elements that is good, that is protecting us. So I think for now, the best way. Is democracy perfect? Absolutely no, but it's far the best option we have. So it will keep us in check, and that's one of the reasons why every 6 years we go to elections to ensure that we elect our leaders and the rest of that. So I think we should keep on said path. Other than that, we will soon be seeing dangerous things unfolding, people going to maim people, destroy people, decapitate people, and the rest of that. So we don't want to see that culture repeat itself. So the way to do it is to put ourselves into the process. Every 6 years, there's a new box of contestation. We move into that box to contest, and the victors will move, and then we come back again as in cycle after. So I think for now, it is the mechanism that will protect the country from degenerating into some chaos, and that's one of the reasons why we're sending the warning to people to respect the rule of law. We can have a Chief Justice that himself cried yesterday that he was marginalized and supported the war. When I mean supported the war, his country supported the war, and then you want to come back marginalizing other people. I thought that's a contradiction, and it is not a productive and healthy conversation for the democracy. So democracy is paramount, and it's still very important and critical towards us moving forward.
Toure, let's go to 1877 here in the United States. After the Constitutional Convention, the great men that wrote the Constitution were coming out, and a lady by the name of Elizabeth Powell asked the great Benjamin Franklin, he said, "Doctor, what form of government do we have? Are we going with monarchy or the republic?" And Benjamin Franklin replied to her, said, "A republic, if we can keep it." Even these smart men knew that this particular system have flaws. Countries that have monarchy have very little qualm about who is the head of the organization, who runs it, and all of that stuff. But this republic and democracy has been our Achilles heel. How do we in Africa that does not have the level of education, I'm getting some ice, I can tell. Okay, so how we don't have the education, we don't have the sophistication, we don't have the wealth. How do we keep a democracy? How do we keep it? Because it looks like once you say Toure has equal vote, like his grandfather who doesn't know what it is. My grandfather, if you ask him what, he wouldn't even know. How then, since they are more than us, how then do we balance this thing out so it doesn't get out of hand like we have it now?
So I'm not an expert on democracy,
No, man, we don't. We asking for your opinion. You are not
No.
explaining your opinion.
Right. So the reason I'm saying is I want to be careful because I don't want to always come in when I say when there's a question, there's a thing I want to speak to you like I have authority over that particular thing. I'm very cognizant about that. So I'll be careful how I say that. But if you ask me, like you said, my opinion, right? Liberia has little to no democracy. We don't practice it. We have a tribal entrenched way of doing things. And we have to recoin how we want our country to run, and hopefully it works for us. For an example, Ricky went to jail today because a man who had power felt disrespected and put him in jail. He didn't go to jail. His democratic right was not observed. He had the young business not supposed to be in that trial of that case. He's not supposed to be a part of it for no reason whatsoever. It was not. It was his key were abused, and he was a prosecutioner. He was a juror. He was the witness. He was everything. That in of itself tells us we don't have democracy. There are a lot of things that happen to young people in that country today. Today they cannot fight for it because you know why? When they go to the court, they have no redress because somebody with money and power will at the end of the day suffice, leave from there today and go and say, okay, you know what I mean? Let it be, and that person will not get the justice they deserve. There are people in that country today to do with lands that have been taken from them only because a lawmaker, a politician, a money man has the money to bribe a system that takes people off of the land, and the code that's supposed to make sure our democratic rights are upheld and preserved or reserved has done little to nothing about that. I was in Liberia last year, 2025. I was driving. The police people were right to Vamoma. There's this guy. I forget his name. If you call his name, I would say that's him. But I know his name when you call it. He's a judge on the traffic code. He's very corrupt, conniving. I'm saying this today. I'm with all breath in me. Somebody in the car. I'm not driving. I mean, I'm the one driving. Somebody in the car saw that it was wasting my time for no reason because the guy wanted money from me. The guy said, "But why are you wasting our time? We want to get a ticket." He got vexed. He started, cursing the guy. They both exchanged curse words. Police guy and the guy cursing. He arrested me. I'm not arrested me. He gave me a ticket of $20, whatever the nonsense was. Took me to and I said, you know what? I'm not going to pay this ticket. As a matter of fact, I'm going to fight this ticket. I go to the court and the corrupt, ignorant, crazy judge, what was called? I heard you had a wife in Minnesota. I mean, in Philadelphia or Jersey. Tells me because the occupant of the car, everything in that car is my responsibility. Meanwhile, the man that's causing this man is 36 years old. So you have a system that does not work. Now he was conniving with this police officer because I don't know what kind of when the first thing he said, "Oh, when you come from America, you're like, I don't know plenty." No, sir, I didn't curse you. I didn't say that to you. You didn't hear me talk. The man admitted that somebody in my car was the one cursing. Why would you don't tell me that because the man cursed you, then it's my fault? Oh yeah, in Liberia, when you driving the vehicle, and anybody who act in a certain way, you take the person's offense. It's not a minor. So democracy has never worked for Liberia. Liberia is a copy and paste society. Somebody leave from here, rather go to Mr. Gayman's high court office and see how you do certain things, and they don't know how you do. For example, the house my school board the other day, if it's true, they don't know how you do your school board business. What happened? The laws in Florida that governs that they don't know how you do that. They copy and paste that thing, go return it to Liberia thing, and they start to fumble on it. But they don't know the idea for which you had to start that. So they go back with that same template, copy and paste, and this thing is in our government. It's in everywhere. Let me ask you today, please take a wild bet. If you read the Executive Marshal press release, what do you say? Executive Marshal of Liberia, the same thing every day. Guess what? It's been happening for Taylor time. They had been heading in the news. So we don't have innovation, we don't have innovative people, person like excellence, the same thing. You got nobody. I know the person in the communication department. I know they don't think outside the box. The press secretary, or whoever it is. I know they don't. Why should you do the same thing? So my thing is, democracy is not a Western thing. Are there things about democracy that we all could benefit globally? Yes. Let's look at those ones. One example, because we want balance and power, balance, and in government. Let's maintain the idea that one man, one vote. And we have election and we choose what we want. We can maintain that, right? Let's see how best. Okay, when the person is not guilty, or just because he's been accused and not guilty, let's maintain stuff. There are good things about quote unquote democracy that we can learn from and pretty much practice, and let's do it with the ones that cannot be dealt with. Because if democracy was alive, if it was a structure that worked in Liberia holistically, Nyenwolo should have been impinged, he has been fired, he should have been getting up, he should have been from over there because he abused the very power that was interested in him. So we shouldn't sit here, oh yeah, democracy working in Liberia or it works, it's a good thing. It's not a good thing from base of past evidences. And these are just my own personal experiences. I know many of you will have your own different experiences. So you can attest to that democracy does not work in Liberia. It has never worked. It will never work. And that's just my opinion on that.
Wow. Yeah, Pewee, you want to say something?
Yes, quickly. Democracy being working in Liberia is something, again, is the understanding of people as to what democracy is, basically. And I emphasize something as a student of government, again, democracy never, is it perfect across the world? No, it's not perfect. But for anyone to question democracy being working in Liberia, not being the person don't know what democracy is or they're not being seen. The fact that we can go to election, it's working in Liberia. Is it perfect in Liberia? No, it's not perfect in Liberia. Now, back to the system here. Everywhere, the beacon of democracy is the United States of America. Sometimes we have some of these scrimmages also unfolding. People will be persecuted instead of prosecuted. That is clear. It's happening now, right? So, and that's there where political philosopher will say, is democracy perfect? No, it's not perfect. Is it working? Yes, it's working. For instance, back to, there's something we call bureaucracy and it's patent. We can't change that, man, dear brother, about the executive marshal will come. If the president appointed, they will say His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Liberia, appointed. That's the patent. You're not going to change that. It is the patent. It cannot be changed. It's a structural bureaucracy. We don't have to go to one-on-one communication to teach that.
Yeah, but
you're missing the point.
Let me push back. But why can't they don't say His Excellency Donald J. Trump and all that stuff?
No, and that's why I say it's a pattern. Here they will say go back and so here they will say Mr. President.
That's correct.
Yeah, they got the line to say Mr. President. If the time I talk to go to the Washington D.C. School of Poll Call, they will say this to you. Yeah, it's Mr. President. Us is His Excellency. The Nigerian will say His Excellency. The Ghanaian will say His Excellency.
It's everywhere though. It's even America. Even America, they say in America.
But in some diplomatic note, they will refer to the president as His Excellency here also. But the pattern, the way they call him at the White House is Mr. President, right? But then if they're trying to do a diplomatic note, it would be
that's how it's done in Liberia too. They call it Liberia. They call it Liberia.
It's not a wrong thing. There's no new individual about that. That's a pattern of communication. We're all going to see that. The president, His Excellency, have made several appointments, and those appointments are subject to confirmation by the Liberian Senate. So that it will be that way. And like when the foreign minister is giving up a gazelle or announcing a felicitation of condolence message, when I was at the ministry, as the way we communicated, the same with the nation, that's the phase of diplomatic communication. So those things will be the same. The language in the structural body eventually will change, but that line will be it. But is democracy working in Liberia? Yes, it's working in Liberia. Is democracy perfect in Liberia? That should be the point. No, it's not perfect in Liberia. We're going to elections since 2005. We're going to election every 6 years. Is that working? Yes, it's working. Are we accepting as the elections being accepted as the structure? Are we electing our legislature? We don't have parliament. Yes, we're electing them. Are they perfect? Is democracy perfect?
But that's what I said. That's what I said earlier. We can pick up what's working in
Liberia.
No, up to the large extent, it's not working. We can
pick
up what's working. No,
it's working.
To a large extent,
you go to elections. I don't want to spend more time on this. As far as you go to elections, now, what is democracy first and foremost?
My friend, my point is,
what is democracy?
My point I'm trying to make to you is, it's on the paper, it's not working.
No, it's working.
Yeah,
it's not
perfect. Not in civil school to can't tell you democracy for the people.
It's working, but it's not perfect. No, it's working. You go to election every 6 years, it's democracy.
Liberia.
You let your representative every 9 years, that's democracy.
My brother.
The application process of democracy and the efficiency of the democratization process, is it that perfect? No, but is it working?
So I think you're missing the point I'm trying to make here. The point I'm trying to make to you here is this. There are good things about democracy that we can take, but we cannot holistically subscribe to the idea of democracy because why it has been abused multiple times. That's what I'm saying to you.
Democracy is abused everywhere in the world.
But
and that's what I said to you.
In Liberia, it's worse. There's little to no accountability.
You've seen it.
Stop.
Okay, you've seen it.
Okay,
let me go there.
There's little to no accountability.
Let me go to Peabody here real quick. Peabody, we got. I tend to align with Toure on this one. Let's say March 4th, 1829. Because the whole thing came to, the regular folk versus the people, the ruling class told Andrew Jackson, said, Andrew Jackson, if you win the election, this pledge you made that you will open the door to all commoners, it is not wise. He won the election, he opened the White House, the inauguration to the regular folks. They say about 20,000 people came to the White House. They started taking everything off the wall. They took the statue. They took everything. They vomited. Some of them got drunk and vomited. The best we told you, this thing is not for everybody. So I'm saying this to say, we have to find a balance. The way it is going.
Let me say for people in coming quickly. That is a true administrative decision made by the president. That's not part of exercising the element of democracy.
No, he said, right? he said I'm the mayor of the people. So
yeah, it's a people person, so you want to do that. So but democracy got your own restrictive mechanism. Is it working? Yeah. Is it perfect? No.
Peabody.
Sorry, Peabody, go ahead.
Peabody, they one man, one vote here. The way it looked at on the other side, they were always winning.
What I will say here is that democracy works in Liberia. To what extent does it work? I think it's limited in some area. It does work in Liberia.
And I agree with you people on that. That is limited. That's the professional aspect, and I agree.
I will piggyback to just a couple elections where President we have won. The election, what Joe Garguah won. That is an act of democracy, whether we like it or not. But we saw real voting and concession were made, and we brought in a new leader. If you tell me the rule of law doesn't work in Liberia, I agree.
Yes.
If you tell me I agree that the rule of law, it doesn't work. We have it. We have beautiful laws in the book, some of the best law in our book. It doesn't work in our country because the executive and they have abused it in a way that they have made it in a way that everything piggyback to them. Every decision that is made, every verdict. An example is Samuel Pewee. Samuel Pewee should not be on any condition retried for anything. It doesn't work. But I think to some extent, some of the reasons that Liberia have had some doors opening when it comes to the foreign service, some of the reasons is because of the democratic system. It's not perfect. It's limited, to be honest. It's not perfect. We've seen some things that are not right, but to some extent, I would say that it has worked in Liberia. We see the senatorial race. It's not easy to just for somebody to cheat when it comes to election in Liberia. It's not easy.
And I think what I'm saying, I want you guys to listen to me carefully. I'm not saying democracy is not a better. The only aspect of democracy that works, or that have worked for the past since 2005 to now, is the idea to vote for your leaders. That's the only thing that we know for sure. It happens every time. Everything else is broken down.
I will give you a definition that somebody just put there. Democracy is a system of government where the power belongs to the people. Citizens share this power by voting.
Exactly. Yeah, and then, fine, right? And again, when it go, I said that's the only part that I personally feel like, I cannot argue about, because since 2005 we've managed to have.
That's not true, but you speaking about democracy.
No,
on your show,
you don't have freedom of speech, bro. You cost my freedom of speech. The point joke.
No. That's an isolated thing, to be frank.
No, it's not. No, the person that took the decision against Pastor Key, he's not a regular person. He's not an ordinary person.
It's still an isolated thing.
No, stop. The person that took this decision against Pastor Key is someone who sits at the highest of the courts. You don't have the right to speak your mind. Even if you speak your mind offends somebody, you don't have that right. That's not democracy. Basic rights for people, freedom of speech, religion, so on and so forth. There are people in government today, if this reverend government, if you are making more other religion because what they agree with a political view, that's not democracy. Let's talk about these things. Safety, social programs for people, it all enshrined in democracy. You don't have that. What kind of social program can Liberia work out? Just say one time, the Ministry of Education is saying, okay, you know what I mean? We'll give you guys free education from certain class to certain class. Yes, they're trying their best in that one, but there are other places that Liberia don't have water, they don't have safe drinking water, they don't have lights, they don't have good health system, security is poor. You want to call that democracy? Liberia is not Liberia. The only thing in democracy that's working in Liberia, as I'll say to you today, is the fact that Liberians can go and vote every time. That's the only thing I can say. Oh yes, at least this has worked in 2005. Everything else that is the beauty of democracy is not working. And let's face the fact. Let's call it what it is, man. We can come and sit there and we want to say, oh yeah, you know, my man, you're more single, but you know, my man, I'll tell you, but when go home, pressure them up, it don't work that way. And that's exactly what they happen to Liberia in Liberian government system. Democracy does not work in Liberia as it should work to a higher extent until Liberians can speak their mind, until social services and their need for people can be given to the people, until people like programs, food, health, jobs, these things can be given to people. Democracy does not work. If you look at that again, it's tyranny in a diplomatic form where we'll keep you suppressed and we'll give you a little thing to election just to keep us there. It's tyranny in another form. Tyranny being redressed. Liberia is a broken system. So if we have government that meanwhile that want to do something, let's call the good the government is doing and let's call the bad they are doing. Democracy in Liberia, yes, it's in practice. That's the only thing that's working, the voting right. Everything else, Liberian message is a flat. And I'll challenge anybody who say otherwise to this.
But that's why I say it's limited. That's why I say limited.
And let me say this on the record. It's the comprehension of what democracy is. For those that will sit loud and say some of these things, don't have the basic understanding of what the democracy is in the country. We have
stop. Hold on, you're not educating anybody on this platform. No. You're not educating anybody on the platform.
I didn't stop catch that.
No, you said it.
Yeah, but you said anybody listen.
No, people
and I listen to you. Listen to
school on communication. You're not going to sit.
I didn't say.
No,
listen.
No, you said it.
Anybody is the comprehension, and I said that it's the comprehension of the way people look at what democracy is, and I'm maintaining that.
No,
I listen to you, Justin. I mean, let me say this.
Okay,
we got a lot of group of people that proliferate the system of what democracy is in the name of the structure. We come and speak. We have different sort of group of people.
Besides
and those people would not continue. Those people would not continue to live in the way. And sometimes we all sit collectively and say this work going to happen. People sit on individual platforms. And that's why we said from the beginning, that's why I say again, and I repeat here, the basic line of what democracy, and Peabody says something, he said the limitation of the application of these things is critical. And that is scared and unacceptable and understandable. But the problem is, again, and that's why when we introduce kind of a debate, and that's why I would say the way we comprehend these things would differ from different angles. There are elements of democracy that are difficult in terms of the implementation of it. But democracy as a whole is it working in the Republic of Liberia.
Besides voting,
there are a lot of elements
working Liberia.
Today we have proliferation of radio stations that people will call and express an attack in such.
And what happened? No. You saw happened that the government like you're shutting down.
Everywhere in the world, that's how I said to you again.
It is not working. My point I'm making to you is not working. It's working. It's working by convenience.
It's working by convenience. Today in Liberia, we have more than 30 radio stations.
It's working by convenience.
So close one station that is not paying, and you see, where we don't hit the issue is to be investigative. We just want to come outside and say things, but we don't want to be investigative. The part of the reason why Costa was shut down, Costa has not been correct in his payment.
When President Seleke put my mother in jail, when administration put my mother in jail, was that democracy?
But listen, Democrat does not mean someone can go to jail.
We say what?
If they have the penal laws and the penal code of the Republic, if you violate one, democracy is, it doesn't mean when you have democracy, people can go to jail.
What?
People go to jail.
Nobody say that. People go to jail. People should not go to jail for expressing their freedom of speech.
No. If you went back to you see, We have democracy, Mr. Gayman. That's the problem, and I don't like to indulge into this kind of conversation.
My brother.
The very freedom of speech. Say, what there are limitations on the freedom of speech. There are limitations.
Let's go to. Let me start with
Toure. Limitations. You think you're going to talk recklessly?
Let me go to Toure. Toure. Let's look at the tyranny. I'm with you on this one, Toure. The tyranny of the majority, right? Let's look at the majority in Liberia. Let's take Cummings, for example, or Samuel Freeman. These well-learned people who have run institutions, they are able to turn this country around to some degree, at least based on their past performances. The majority of our people, okay, 99% of our people, or 98% of our voting population, according to the last election, said that Cummings was not their choice. That is clearly the tyranny of the majority. Samuel Freeman, he didn't even get anything close to that.
How is the tyranny of the majority? How is that tyranny of the majority?
What we are saying is because when the country does not have the level of education or political awareness and education, just giving somebody back a rice and t-shirt will suffice. Okay. And if those people that we deliberately deny education enlightenment, they are the one in the majority that are telling us who the
Is that my phone or is that my side or is it side? Is that Peabody? Is that his side?
With the Gayman went off?
Yeah, I think he has another issue.
I think he went off. It's gonna be. I think he will come by. It's gonna be frozen.
The internet maybe got frozen.
I hope, like I said,
I hope the Florida weather not shaking you up. We gotta go out and then make a comeback and see if you'll be okay.
Like I said,
maybe it's thunderstorm over there again.
It's possible. Oh, they got a bad weather today?
They always got that winter storm thing in Florida.
You have to go, Baba. Go ahead.
Like I said, the only aspect of democracy that is at least pretend to be working or is working, has been working since 2005 that I cannot argue about is the idea that people can go to the polls and vote. It's just the leaders. Every other thing that falls under democracy, we all discussing like systems, social, like freedom of speech, social responsibility from the government, what the government's supposed to do, and so on and so forth. It's not working. People in JFK, I was in Liberia this year, April. I went to JFK. A friend of mine, Kevin Deming, invited me, because his son had a problem. But while we visiting Kevin Deming at the hospital, I saw a little child in the hospital. That child, the person associated that child needed surgery. I think she was like, 1 year if that little child is older than that. 1 year or so. He said because the mother could not pay the money, they could not get it together, could not do the surgery. And I saw the young girl that crying. And that's a government hospital they were at. Okay? There are basic things that Liberians need. We don't have these things. We don't have, you're gonna have the chance of having these things. We're gonna make a budget. We're gonna make a budget. Stop. I told you there are social programs that buttress democratic efforts by a government.
Free health.
You know what?
The Democrats say that free hospital.
My brother. I told you. I said. I listened to me here, and I told you there are things in Liberia
for free hospital. Simple question I ask you.
When your leaders supporting power, Democrats are supposed to do this thing. We're not doing the things they're doing, and yes, it calls for that because you know what? Good leadership, no. It covers affordable healthcare. You should have it, even if it's not free. Even if you're not free, even if it's not free.
Wait, just saying stop.
Because you are verbally hijacking right now because
I'm asking you a question.
You want to stop me and try to make a point.
I'm asking you a question. Does the call for that?
No, listen, sir. It's not a healthy debate. Let me make a point. One point that you come in. What I'm trying to say to you is this: it calls for now I'm trying to lose my train of thought. My point I'm trying to make is this:
yeah, because the foundation was not there from the beginning. So you say you lost it.
No, it was there. No, stop. No, Pewee. What I'll say to you is this, right? The only thing that's working in Liberia when it comes to democracy is the fact that
let me keep quiet for 30 seconds. I come in. Let me keep quiet for 30 seconds so you can get your thought back. And when you get a thought back,
my point to make to you is this. The only part of democracy that is working that we can be assured of today since 2005. It's the fact that Liberians can go to the pool and vote their leaders. Anything else is not working. Freedom of speech is not working. That's not democracy. Religious liberty has been attacked to the point by people in government and outside government. That is not democracy. There are a lot of things we can name. And that's what I made to you earlier. So when you come here, you want to do all that thing, trying to disrespect other people by using words that you have no findings of, then it's very sad. Only voting that is guaranteed to Liberians today through democratic process. Anything else is being abused.
Okay. All right, great, good. And I wouldn't go far on this because I hate people misinterpreting my intent or whatsoever. And I don't know why. I asked we on the show, and the problem on this show sometimes is that if you ask a hard question, people believe that you turn in this. These are just critical debate, and this is not a personal monologue you have into just can't say this not happen. But now I will end that because we would not come to a conclusion here on the issue of democracy or anything. But I thought democracy, is it perfectly liberal? No. But is it working? Yeah, it's working. But Raul, I think Mr. Gayman just went off. I don't know if his internet system being hijacked or if he can't see to us. But welcome to the show. But I want you to start with this. I think Mr. Gayman just sent me, I think he sent it. I want you to start with this, and we'll have to be honest, but you're one of those that's very robust in terms of expressing your feelings and the rest of that. Is democracy working in Liberia?
Yeah, democracy works in Liberia. I mean, the fundamentals of democracy is the ability for citizens to vote, not only vote, but assemble and vote freely. From all indications, they've been able to do that for the past elections. The freedom of people to speak, meet, and share ideas. I think now is more prevalent than. Hold on, real quick.
Okay. Yes. Everybody, let me the other two now. Perfect. But yeah, on a serious note, Evie, trust me, if you, we on the show, normally it's a debate. We just do this. It's not anything personal. It's just part of the debate to do these things. So something or that.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So people can speak even now with the social media. People can speak freely and assemble, share ideas. Of course, there few political, people, try to silence certain people. The rule of law, some can argue that it's not been applied equally, but the fundamentals of democracy, I think is working well in the country. And I don't think it's a bad question you ask, because the question, I think the argument he's making has more to do with government's policy and government's ability to prioritize whether it's healthcare or creation of jobs or whatever the case is. I think that's an argument. That's a political policy related argument to make. I think it has little to do with the essence of democracy, if you ask me. So I don't think it's a bad question.
Okay, Raul. But we got someone I just wanted to say one or two on the issue of democracy. Just introduce yourself and go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. My name is Roland. I'm calling from Arizona. Actually, I just want to, emphasize on the whole democracy thing. Democracy is working in Liberia. Democracy is different from freedom of speech. And democracy is not perfect. Even here in the United States, we hear the Democratic Party complaining all the time. Even though in America that both they have this country is a democracy and a republic. In Liberia, we do have everything to practice democracy. We have our president working, the judiciary is working, and our legislature working. But the only thing they are not doing, they are not implementing it the rightful way. They try to bypass a lot of things. But in Liberia, yes, democracy is working. We have a lot of radio stations in Liberia. Example on the drugs issue. You have Freedom FM bashing the government. They're not arresting journalists over there. You have Kings FM on the government back. You have the closing argument. Sometimes some people supporting the government, some people are not. So when you are in a democracy, you just have to perform your citizen duty, which is what? Every 6 years, we go to the polls to vote for our president. They are not stopping us. Since 2005, our country, we are practicing the system of what? Democracy. We go to the polls and vote for our president and representatives and senators. So we can't say democracy is not working in Liberia. Liberia is a clear example right now. Since 2005, we have had, 3 or 4 elections. So people try to copy from us. So let us sit here and say democracy is not working in Liberia. Thank you, Pewee, for the time.
Thank you. And quickly, I will also say that I can recall the last time we came to the UN before the elections. The United Nations, the General Assembly, the National Assembly actually praised Liberia for, and Liberia is one of the perfect story of the United Nations, where the peacekeeping mission army went in and successfully retired from there, and ever since then they brought peace. They want peace, and they praise the country of maintaining on the red track of democracy, actually, and the rest of some of these things. Is the democracy in Liberia perfect? That's my own portion. Quickly, I will say this here: it's not really perfect, but it's working. Most of the elements of democracy, they are basically in place and working. One of the major things quickly here is that most of us on this on different platforms, and I want to believe. I don't know the Mark Charles Straight Talk Liberia, Straight Talk, but I don't know if Straight Talk is in favor or against of thing or whatsoever. I don't know the talking point behind Straight Talk, right? But I believe Straight Talk express themselves, those that appear on the show. That's the essence of democracy also. Many people, are people views being censored? No, and that's the major thing. Democracy is effective, freedom of speech is effective where views are not censored. A lot of things, and he just talked about Freedom FM, Kings FM, other radio stations that are dead. Everything clear, boom, closing argument. They all think individual will sit there and call on their phone to say all kind of things. Say this, say that. And the very Costa man you just mentioned, my brother, Costa said a lot of things about the former president, attacking, insulting other president, and he survived in the society. And then on the kind of line. But at the Peabody, before we just run around, it's past 8 with still a couple of time, maybe.
Yeah, I got some run.
Yeah, we'll close soon. But the aspect of democracy, actually, and for now, I want to ask you, and you've been going back and forth in the country, you listen to radio station and the rest of that. Do you see the democracy of the country on a threat?
I don't see that. I don't see that, Sylvester. If democracy were on a threat, you won't have Spawn today that is more like a thorn in the flesh of the government and everything that's happening, accusing the president. They got a lot of other talk shows, a lot of other radio stations, a lot of other people that are expressing their displeasure about government and what government is doing and what is happening or not. So democracy in Liberia may not be perfect, but I still stand by the fact that, it's limited in some areas. But I think to the extent that we have come, I think Liberia have progressed, under every government. We saw that under President Weah government. We saw that there was freedom of the press, freedom. People spoke up their mind. People said what they wanted to say. We saw that and we've seen it under this government. I mean, we may not like this government. We may oppose some of the things that the government is doing, especially on the rule of law and things like that. But to some extent, democracy it's been good in Liberia, for the fact that people can now come up and share about certain things that's going on in the government, and the government can step out and fire people, I mean, it may not be perfect. The yellow machine, we saw the Liberian people, their discontentment about the first batch of the yellow machine. What did the government do? They constituted a different committee to go back and renegotiate and the price and everything and bring in a different kind. I mean, the yellow machine in the country and things like that. So again, that we may oppose sometimes, but some of the problem that we have as Liberians, we don't like opposition. I mean, we can oppose, but we're not deductive in our opposition. We want everything to be our way. When we oppose it, it will be our way. But we have to be deductive. We have to be, objective, even within our opposition. When the government does something right or something is working, we should be firm enough to acknowledge that act that the government is doing this right, they did this right. If the government, they do something wrong, we should do that. But most time we want it one way, and that's what we're saying between the two the political parties. When CDC were in power, Unity Power was condemning everything, even some of the things that were good. Unity Power will condemn it. They will not recognize the fact that an achievement was made, and that's what we're seeing right now. Unity Power is not in power. CDC is not saying anything that they're doing. Every time they say, you know what, we did the same thing. We did this. We did that. And, that's a Liberian politics. But to some extent, I would say our democracy is working. We can stand among a lot of African countries today and say that, hey, for the last, 10 years, our democracy worked very well. There were free and fair election in Liberia. There were a lot of things that happened in Liberia. The freedom of the press, even though just with Yami or whatever his name is, one of the most corrupt, inept, greedy chief justice we ever had in that country. But we shouldn't say that on that line that democracy doesn't work. I think it worked perfectly. It's working. And we got a long way to go, but I think it's working.
Yeah, quickly, Eddie, is it the structure of the implementation of people inside of the government that you are concerned about, or the democracy as a whole, or major elements that are not just effective on your end? Is it the issue about, because I can't talk some of the point that you put up first when Mr. Gayman was there, I said some of these things were absolute. But is it individual in the system that are trying to undermine democracy, or these major elements are not just working from your perspective?
When you're discussing government and leadership, it's hard. You gotta be careful how you want to deal. You want to individualize success and failure. So, just a Bogart name is going around today. A lot of people are starting to say that still not a leader. It's not because he's the one to do certain thing hands on, right? Because what he put in the system. So if I use that same analogy what you used a couple of weeks ago when you say he's not a leader because certain things he's he's not doing it, then I ask you the same question: were you talking based on individual, or you're talking based on the presidency? So my point I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to make it is this: when you're a leader, when you are the head of the institution, things that your subordinates do, I always use the theory: respondent superior falls directly as a responsibility, good or bad, right? You take that glory. I watched a movie called Troy. In that movie, one of the favorite lines that I in that movie that I like, it said, history don't remember soldiers, it remember kings. So when a thing that's going good, the person that will take the glory is going bad will take the glory. The recent program remember Tubman is because certain things were going great. The bad ones, whatever it was, that's what it was. So if Nagbe said that one of the corrupt abuse of power persons in the government can sit here and pretty much go unilaterally based on somebody calls his mom, become the very prosecutioner. That is the highest court in the nation, making that corrupt, inept and short-sighted decision, and personal great decision to prosecute the man because the man calls his mom. And you didn't do that. You could say, okay, I'm the judge, so I will take myself the case, let the court do it, but this is what I feel. You didn't do it. But you sat there as your lawyer, as your own witness, your prosecution and stuff like that. Says corrupt. It's not democracy. So it goes back on the government's failure to uphold democracy because he's not a regular person in the country. So when I said earlier, we should hijack, I said yes. There are aspects of democracy that are working in Liberia, but to a larger extent, it's not working, right? That's why I brought in the freedom of speech and so on and so forth. There are people. There are people who, for example, I was in Liberia. I went to I was visiting some of the rehab area I was going, and this is just this April, and I was going. And apparently, I just brought a house at night. They will block the back road that lead in certain areas, so you can't go where it is. So when I went there, the road is black. I can't go. So I said, well, what do I do? It's dark. It's not very late. I'm not going to reverse because most of the Liberian cars they got tint. So I don't see I'm not going to reverse. I'm going to make a turn around here. The guys, the security pretty much surrounding the whole car. Why am I making a turn around? What do you expect me to do? So when people have this kind of free movement, all these kind of thing, you will impede the very system that's supposed to work for us. When you block the place and that place is a pathway through the day, then give us alternative that we may not even reach that far. Divert the traffic at certain point of the night. right? So when you're asking me if it's individual within the system, then I go back and ask you when you're saying Joseph Boakai not showing leadership, was it him as the president, or because of the drug thing, he's not speaking, not talking, or because the fact that there are people who are in charge of these things and not doing what they're supposed to do. So my thing was, news is about who's doing it, who said it, when they said it, what they said. In this case, Yemi Gbese is not a regular person. He's a big fish. Abusing power like that, you bring embarrassment to the government. And that's my point of argument. So when I say democracy is not working, yes, there are things that are supposed to work in the chain or the channel of democracy. For example, there are certain programs, that falls under democracy. It might not be directly democratic, but it falls under that beautifies democracy. Those things are not working.
Okay.
So yes, well, based on the fact that we're not going to sit here and say, oh yeah, Liberia as a country, democracy is not working at all. And if you remember, I said most of the things we do in Liberia are copied and pasted. We take all things that happen. For example, Rwanda, I want to bring that same thing without understanding what made Rwanda to go through that process. We have to customize our problem solving to our unique Liberian situation, our unique story. Then maybe we'll find a way. But democracy in Africa, Liberia, it has been a huge challenge. The only thing that I can say confidently here that I would never stumbled on since 2005 is the fact that we can go to the polls to elect our leaders. Other than that, everything else needs serious work and overhaul. And that's what I'm saying today.
Okay, fair enough. But I don't know what we took from Rwanda and the rest of our law that may ever seen Rwanda giving rebirth to a new democracy. We haven't done new amendment of the laws of Liberia. I don't know again where, I don't want to go there on that, but I don't know which one we're doing. If you say most of our laws is structured somehow after the United States, I would agree with you, because it was folks that came from here to establish the Republic of Liberia. But Liberia was established ever since the laws of Liberia came on the book far before country that Rwanda then even started to get what they call democracy today, after that horrific genocide that took place in the early 90s before they came back to rebirth that democracy and even tailor it in the way that they're one man controlling the system. But Raul, to you quickly before, Tomalin, welcome. Yeah, Raul, to you quickly. I listened to him. He said, and what I don't know if they didn't do that, because I was just about to say the issue about the president that have happened all of the time, right? There were, the main role coming from the rehab junction where they have to tutor a certain they will have to put someone. We was president also, they did the same, and they will put one in the other avenue that's going at the back of Mr. President, how they will block that side also, and there will be some that folks are deployed. I don't know if they didn't put that sign for you to go that period, because at that point of the night, as soon as the time is approaching, they will block that place. The scene, like here in Pennsylvania Avenue, it's blocked traffic. Nobody got that means, right? It's closed, and the reason is that because of the proximity to the warehouse. But there'll be alternative where people will move, people will walk in the street, and I agree with you on that. There will be alternative, and these things, and that's the element of democracy also, because that's freedom of movement, right? That's the element of democracy that you have to, if you're taking precaution to protect the president, of course, that the Constitution provides for also, because he got the Article 50 say that the executive there, he got some a lot of privileges and other immunities that we have to do to protect it. But Raul, in the sense, I think when the Chief Justice did that, and that attempt to be isolated, but he was condemned by a lot of people. He was condemned, and that's what I'm saying the system is working. He was condemned. You and myself, with someone we came down high on him. That day I can remember, I met too many going afraid he left the show because we were hit to him. Too many let say, yo, go let bro one day. That's it. Isn't not working? You myself and the rest of them, we get down on him. It's not a democracy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think I try to understand what Ibi is saying. When you mention like the decision by the one of the justices, listen, those judiciary unconstitutional decisions weakens a democratic process. It does, and things like that. So from court can be wrong. Court can rule unconstitutionally, but this is the reason why there's no perfect exercise of democracy, right? I think that's part of the imperfections of of democratic tendency, right? Um, but to Sylvester's point, our our ability to condemn, our ability to speak out, our ability to caution or check, uh, either one of the branches of government is part of the essence of democracy, right? uh, and especially in Liberia, I don't want to focus on democracy in other countries, but I think Liberia is unique in the sense that because people, it was because of the rise of Liberians to have multi parties rather than a few elitists controlling the political narrative. Part of that, even though we went about it the wrong way, part of that got us into this destruction that is our country today, right? And so I think we have democracy has worked to that extent where we have the opportunity to elect our leaders based on performance. We have the opportunity now. To some extent, I think the question can be asked: have we made the right choices? Right? Have we elected leaders that will bridge the gap, right? Where things like what AB is talking about, those things are not, normal occurrences, right? Where a chief justice cannot just, use his leverage because of a personal attack to hold a Liberian content when he's exercising his own right to free speech, right? So there are imperfections when it comes to those things, but democracy is functioning. Uh, but I will answer Sylvester's question. No, I don't think democracy or democratic tendency equates to the government's ability or inability to ensure free school, for instance, or free healthcare, for instance, right? Um, would it be nice if the government were to prioritize free school or free healthcare? I think it would be nice. But the question that I always ask is, do we really need everything free in our country? I don't think Liberians are asking for handouts. I think the reason why government is constrained in some instances to offer free education and things because they have not figured out a way to grow the private sector. They have not figured out a way to create jobs, right? Where parents and folks can go and work and can decide what school to enroll their kids based on quality, right? And so those are things that they have not done. Our government have not done. So I think I think the democracy is functioning well, but there are imperfections with that in our country, and it's not unique to Liberia. There are imperfections even in the greatest country in the world.
Okay, Tomalin, I mean, you joined us today, and I mean, maybe I will let you talk into this a little bit, but I will bring back I don't know if the men are your friend or so, but Justin's Opa Yezien was released today, I'm told, and he said he's a special agent of Christ. Very special. The fact that he gave example to people that Joseph of the rest of that he came out of jail. He's out of making a start with kings, and he just came out of jail, and he sat with the vice president. The same system AB is saying that punishing. The same system that illegally punishing, and I thought myself a little bit aggressive in how I responded to that his nonsense he said today. I thought by he agreeing to say, oh, king, and the same people that are saying to jail and they're trying to pacify you or whatsoever thing. And that's one I would like you to blend it with the issue of democracy. The Prophet Key situation that just came from jail is, and that is the same part of the issue of democracy we all talking about, and our brother highlighted that also. Is this also tantamount to part of what is unfolding here, and also moving on? Maybe he will speak to that also. This situation about the Supreme Court of this country. The recent opinion poll being moving that their ranking is very low at all times, the lowest of recent public confidence or instead of certain decisions being taken, that people believe that they themselves the owner money, the system whatsoever. Is that the same? Because our brother is also referencing the Chief Justice actions related to your friend Prophet Key and our own Liberian brother.
Well, good to be on the show. I can't rush it because there was a milestone that took place today, but and then I got a call from my source at Executive Marshal this afternoon that but before I go to that, let me address the issue.
Keep that milestone. You answer it before you conclude. But
now the first thing is that with Prophet Key issue, look, the Chief Justice, I think he just took advantage of Prophet Key, and mind you, I want to believe that the members of most of the higher ups of the government were involved in that whole thing. The vice president was strategic. You see what apparently Prophet Key apparently Prophet Key said, "Well, all of them they could free you, but they were not free. But they want you to go there and learn some stuff." The minute Key just the people say, "Come," and I'm sure he took care. He said, "That's on here to start your life," because the VP, I think he's building his own stuff now, trying to get Prophet Key on his side. So other people have, he's building his tent for the future, whatever the case will be, whatever ahead of us. Because to take Prophet Key and carry him to be with him right away from prison, it means a lot. Because you want to me, if you want to free Prophet Key, he couldn't talk to Beze, and they're all from the same country. Come on, it could happen there. But that meeting today was strategic, and smart move, took care. He said, I identify with you. So that
but should that I think you're buttressing AB's point. Should that even be happening, right?
Shouldn't happen. No, I disagree. Right. They took advantage of Prophet Key. It's obvious. That the people say I was driving and people were saying it. In the car, he said that punishment should have been 30 days. But it took advantage of him. He gained 6 months. That is just excessive power. He exercised. But that's history now. Prophet Key he served 6 months. He out of jail now. That's good for him. But what going to happen now? He won't be the same Prophet Key because his relevance he may lose the relevance because people knew him to be the person who could insult, who use he used all kinds of inappropriate words to people. Now he have been told you can't do it no more. So that he rights have been put right that he can't do it no more. He signed a bond agreement or he can't do it. So now what will make him famous now? He got famous for insulting people. So now he cannot do it anymore.
So Prophet Key could still come back to be very, very insultive, but then asking questions. If I say my mom, hey, hello, does it mean? What does it mean?
He won't be like Prophet Key, like the way everybody told him to be.
Believe it or not, Prophet Key gained more attention from the kids than he had.
Yeah, he gained the Prophet Key. I'm say his relevance that everybody knew was my man. Like watching the show was just like you see the word I couldn't say. He would say
to be honest, not to take anything away from Prophet Key, we shouldn't label Prophet Key as just an insulting guy. Prophet Key was very analytical. They still need him for that. He can still pull a good.
He was very analytical.
Yes.
Well, okay.
Yes.
I got my time.
No, I mean, that cause all this.
No, not you. No, that toss around.
Let me flow.
Okay.
Before you continue quickly, let it man wake up to the wall.
No, I'm not saying I didn't say articulate. I said analytical.
Let it go right. Anyway.
Fair matter is that you just will not be like person. Example, look at Yeke. Since Yeke got taken from the house there, not much yet. I mean, when he just go on spoon once in a while and talk and come back. Not like before, when he go in the house and cause a stare. You see? That way, you don't have the opportunity to go in the house and cause a stare and the press carry him. So he's using his own platform to do his stuff, but not much is there about him. The press not running behind him like before. But a few months ago, in the house, the press will be all around him for his car in the chambers, but it's no more happening again. You see, they just that won't have been taken care of properly. Now, democracy. Look, I will tell anybody we enjoy democracy, my bro. Honestly, because I live during the Samuel Doe regime, the Taylor regime. The things I see happening today, it couldn't happen during Taylor and Doe time. Jerome tell you why he left Liberia, how he left Liberia. Even though I can say it publicly, former president, we are helping him leave Liberia. Why Jerome say he can never attack President Weah because President Weah was involved in assisting him leaving Liberia, taking out of Liberia for his safety. when he had issues in the press where he would talk about Taylor, yeah, Jerome got taken on Liberia easily because he was left was in danger because he couldn't speak. He spoke on the radio and he attacked Taylor. Alfonso, you know, the Justice and Peace Commission, my brother, he's in Pennsylvania here. The same thing. He left Liberia on the cover of darkness too. Because he spoke openly, criticized the Taylor regime. Today, Madam Salif tried to do the Costa. All she did, she then shot his radio station down, but someone attempted to put him in jail 1 or 2 times. Okay, it got spawned today. Spawn. They say what you want to say, but so democracy is existing. People are enjoying freedom. They have freedom. No political person in prison today. They are no political person in prison. Nobody in prison to say for speaking their mind or for politics. If you live in the Taylor and Doe regime, you appreciate the Salif, the WIA, and the Bwaga administration because they have given some level of freedom. People can talk, open and express. I think I see happening on the radio station where they can be talking about Bwaga. You couldn't do it. Somebody do a Taylor time. You couldn't do it. The minute you're saying it, they'll surround that place. The next thing you come outside, they're taking you, carrying you. But
that's true. My former boss, Team Director, was a victim of that a lot of times.
Okay, so that might happen. But so with that in mind, the first thing happened, let me congratulate Liberia today. It was a landmark.
So like the breaking news now?
I come in now, the first one.
You let basketball, he came up ball, he rushed the year one.
After 35 years, we opened an embassy in India today. That's a big thing.
Oh, yeah.
Most Liberians go to India for medical checkup, for school. And India, to open a diplomatic mission there is a big thing. I want to congratulate the Bwaga administration led by the foreign minister, Cyril Beslo Yanti. That's a big milestone. We have 1,000 Liberian students in India and people that go there for medical reasons. So that's a good thing, good news for Liberia. It's a good thing for the foreign policy, that's good. And then again, I brought 50,000 metric tons of rice, that's good too. But then, last night, the president signed the.
Liberia still begging for food.
Now, it's not up yet, but people, argument who got it today. The president signed the Liberian, oh my God, the Liberia Sea and Inland Port Decentralization Bill. The bill that Yombly champion, the one that he vetoed.
Yeah, we discussed it earlier on the show today.
Yeah, so he signed this bill. And then the port manager not happy because they gave him 18 months to transition. Now, he will only be mining director for the port of Monrovia. You have port manager for Greenville, for Buchanan, and for Monrovia. So now, the president reason he vetoed the bill, at least they took care of it now. They have a regulatory body now they will have.
He said they gave him 18 months?
18 months to
But I did across the election.
Yeah, well, he wanted to get his act together and become. He's not happy at all. Mama, all of them who are against the bill. He spent a lot of money to people to destroy that bill. Now it passed. They have a regulatory body that will be appointed to the report to. They will monitor the various ports. The report there. So that's something that happened today, but I'm sure tomorrow all the newspapers will take it out, finally get it because the president did it. I don't know why he signed it at night. Why he signed it at night? I don't know how come. Why
since the drug situation, most of the president have been meeting most of the cabinets at night.
Ah, okay. So he did it. That one happened at night. So that's something that but you see that. But I would say this though, I've been strategic because the president knew that he running for re-election, and he feel that he need Yombly. And I think during the 20th celebration, I'm sure Yombly showed down in Buchanan there. And he got a good reception there. So he said, well, I need a woman in my camp still. So let me just work along with her. So, but certain people are not happy. Those who are against the bill, not happy about it. They took people from a lot of people, they are taking over their control. So there will be the port will have some changes there. So we'll see a lot of changes coming up very soon. You won't have no mining director for operation again. For all the ports in Liberia, you have one. You don't focus on your port and so forth. Well, my brother said, good Duke, I'm sorry. That politics, that was they call Liberian politics. But the news I wanted to share with us. But that India Sunday was a good thing, and we want to congratulate the country for that. We're happy for that.
Yeah, I think the government did great in that light. I know this government will succeed if they put their mind to those things that matter. Now, I just don't want President Barker to be like his former boss, who were internationally popular, but then domestically he was unpopular. I just arguably. So I just don't want him to be that. I hope the advisors around him can pretty much take themselves out the picture and propagate channel messages that are in the interest of Liberia and the common Liberians. Because at the end of the day, the next 2 years and a half you have here is is election time. Liberians are going back to the ports. Like I think Pewee or somebody said on this thing. I think it was you. You said, the 4th year is when you Tomalin George. The 4th year is when people got to see tangibles. When they can understand for the past, but in the 4th year, they got to see other things being promising, because that determines if we're going to keep you a nap. And they got to see it. They got to taste it. They got to feel it, right? So at the end of the day, I think the government did great. I still believe that the government can do better. I one person who believes that the government of Joseph Boakai can do great, and Liberians can say, "Oh yes," that could get a fresh breath of air. Say, "Oh yes," it wasn't easy, but we made it. They got time, a lot of times, time to do these things. One of the great things they can do, if President Boakai going to score political points, Roma has said that people who are in compromising proximity with him or into the drug thing, if you can, hey, Pape, your legacy, man, you can that person is not bigger than your legacy. If you can arrest them, put them in jail, let them go to jail for that. That would discourage a lot of people. It will speak a lot for your administration, how you were hands-on with it and what you did, But yeah, it's a great thing. As far as the port though, I have little to no information. I'm very limited in that space, in that domain. I don't know how that area is ran. I don't know what are the economic I honestly the economic impact it makes to a certain extent, but I don't know like the intricacies. I can't really give an opinion on. I don't like to give opinions on things that I have little to no knowledge about.
What's going to happen now? You're going to see is that now you're going to happen though. You have foreign companies coming for contracts there. They'll say they won't take care of this one, the freight. They won't take care of this one. That's what happened at the port. So that's and now what happened is that the port, the MPA now. It not happen because you limit the man scope of operation is limited.
Right.
You're not controlling all the ports in the country no more. So you're going to focus on Monrovia Port now. And then you have regulatory body now that will handle it. No more board directors again. No. All this stuff. So you have now for instance, if depending who got contact with the Vera post, the person said, man, we won't run your port, we won't help you with freights, we won't do this one, we won't do what APN terminal do other stuff doing too. Want to take care of your cargo handling, all this stuff. A contracts will come and get. So people will get in a contract with people with G, be G, and so forth. So all of them will happen. So that's why, and people will make use of it. But now, with the Liberian people open their eyes to be wise about what will happen. Whether we mortgage our port, get somebody 20 years to run our port, all the things got to be taken care of. Watch, you won't get some contract with somebody for 20 years. To take care of this, all the tariffs that they put and so forth. So these are things people will be watching. But the pro tem is election year. She could use it as a political tool for her. She scored big on that one because it will provide jobs to people in Buchanan, to work at the port of Buchanan there. And if a foreign company come and get a contract there, yeah, you can never tell who will be involved with that contract. I agree. The score for them. So again, but again, I know my young brother Duke is not happy at all. I was told he's not happy about it at all. He's really, really not happy because he spent a lot of money for people to spoil that bill, to destroy that bill. He spent a lot of money. All that thing that it finished. The president still signed it.
Yeah, but Raul, the point there is that if he's not happy enough, they say give him 18 months. It's close to elections.
That's right.
Pewee wearing makeup.
That's right.
Close to 18 months. So
and I'm sure, but that's the I think that's the part that we're not emphasizing on.
I didn't want to satisfy him small.
I think it was strategic. The president, you have to understand the kind of money that's coming through from that port. And the president understands that Dukley is his right-hand man. He has the president's ears. And so I can only imagine the conversations behind closed doors, Tomalin. Is this a great idea? Yes, it's a great idea. But Pape, we'll have an election coming up. We'll have a very consequential elections coming up. And so the question isn't whether or not, because there's public support for this bill. We've been discussing it for months now.
Yeah.
And from all of the platforms that I've listened to, people have endorsed the idea of decentralizing our ports and making sure that they are effective, and making sure that these counties and other counties in the country benefits. I will have to wait to see if that happens, right? Because there are many instances where we continue to give center stage to foreigners when it comes to major infrastructure development. For instance, I think the tourism general manager, I think she's doing a phenomenal job. And I think they started this whole reconstruction of redevelopment of Bella Casa,
From Robert.
Bella Airline,
Wow.
Bella Island.
She get kudos from Robert Garguah, then she
Yeah,
get
listen. I think she's promising, right? And I've said that when I go to Liberia, I would try to meet with her so we can kind of exchange notes and stuff. But I think she's promising, and
Who there are?
Miss Cooper,
Okay.
the managing director of the Liberian Tourism Authority. But they started this very ambitious plan to redevelop the Providence Island. But today, when they went for an inspection, I think it was either a Lebanese or some guy from India contractor. And my question is, do we not have Liberians that can do great jobs? Those are opportunities that should be handed to Liberians, right? And so we will wait to see whether the change of the port control, whether it benefits the people of Grand Bassa. We'll wait to see that. But I think this was strategically done. I think 18 months you don't need 18 months to transition. Let's think about this. You don't need 18 months to transition. So what other reason could that be? The only thing I can think of is, well, how do we appease? We have an election coming up. How do we make this a talking point? This is part of the president's legacy, which is great. But then how do we also secure fundings that could possibly come through the port under the administration of Dukley as it is right now? And so 2027, 2028, by the time this whole thing takes effect, he still has a lot of control there to ensure that there's a massive financial contribution to the campaign come 2029, Tomalin.
Let me ask you a question. If a new government come, can they how do you call it, this stop this or what? Can they do it?
No, they can't just do it referendum.
Not referendum. They can do it through the C system by repealing the law. They can
repeal the law.
No, but
it's not referendum. It can be repealed.
They concur, so that
they can be repealed, or they can unanimously vote to crash it.
Exactly.
Right. They could do it, but it's not going to be it's not going to be an easy thing, though.
No, it's very easy.
It's not.
If they put,
wait a minute, how is it not easy? How is it not easy?
All the posts got people managing their posts and
it's not, bro.
Concession.
But how is it not easy when the president?
No, any president want to get it out, they can do it. The president controls it.
Yeah, and I hate that we keep saying that, because I want to also discourage ourselves and our leaders the ideas they can just do anything they want because the president.
No, it's not. No,
I
no,
get
no,
what
no.
you're saying. I get what you're saying. I think you're right. Right.
Imperial presidency in Liberia.
But no, it's not
wrong. I'm not putting it wrong, but
I think I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you to a greater extent. If anything, I'm pretty much agreeing with you than I am, but it hurts me to keep moving this way. We shouldn't encourage them to always keep doing that.
But it hurts me too.
I think she should remove two speakers.
Yes, no, entirely.
President, we are a justice, or Supreme Justice.
It hurts me, but
it
it hurts me as well. It hurts me, but maybe if it's that painful and that hurtful, then I think it's imperative that
don't bring Cummings been here, my man. No,
I'm not bringing Cummings. I'm not talking about Cummings. Listen, let me tell you something. You know, I want you to think like you way back. You know, but I'm becoming a whole different. My mindset has changed. You know why? I'm more becoming. It's not what I want. Well, it's not what I desire Liberia to be. There's hope that Liberia can be what I desire Liberia should be. But we can't continue to live in dreamland. The reality we have to face the reality. The reality is the president gets what the president wants. Should that be the case? No. You talk about what weakens a democracy. If these branches of government are not check and balancing each other as demanded in our constitution, of course it weakens democracy.
So you just proved my point that
No, I didn't prove your point. What I said is democracy is working in our country, but it's not perfect. And those are some of the imperfections of democracy. What I am saying to you is that the reason why the president gets what the president wants is because we have a very weak legislature. Okay, and so if these political parties, for instance, in this the removal of COFA would have never happened in any other country but Liberia. You know why I said that? It damn sure would not have happened in America, because for the opposition to have control of the House means that the Speaker of the House of Representatives is protected. They would have protected that by all costs because they understand the value of a balanced government.
So again, in as much as you may not recognize it, you may not want to recognize it, you just underscore my point. On the voting, Liberia democracy is the best democracy that any money can buy.
Yeah, so, but any money, yeah, but because this is the standard that we've set, and this is the standard that we have embraced for many years.
If your democracy was working,
so I say that to say, part of what needs to happen, AB, is that we need to strengthen our political institutions. And this is perhaps the reason why I'm not a part of any political institution. And one can argue, but Robert, we can't strengthen institutions, political institutions from without. We have to be a part of the institutions to influence our ideas on how we strengthen these political institutions. But I'm saying this to say a lot of partisans are not part of political institutions. A lot of members and these guys that are moving from one party to the next, they are not part of these institutions based on fundamentals. They are not part of the institution based on shared ideas. They are belly driven. If you look at the deputy minister, for instance, Deputy Minister Sando, right? And all of the things he said about the president a few years ago.
I don't think we should. I don't think we should really notify that guy.
No. I'm just making a point. The president is old. The president is dead. The president is that, right? The president is sick. We don't have money for state funeral. He's saying all these very nasty things about the man that he now feels so comfortable, right? Standing at a podium to defend and not just defending intellectually, right? But he's insulting people who are expressing in a more intelligent way concerns that he disrespectfully expressed when he was on the other side, right? And so we need to build our political institutions where people understand that even if there are internal issues within our institutions, even if these institutions have selected standard bearers, right, or nominees that they may not have necessarily agree with, they respect the democratic process of electing these people, right? Because standard bearers will come and go, presidents will come and go, but the institutions and what the institution and the code of the institution remains. Like you see the Democrats and Republicans, there are fundamental differences. There are fundamental differences. We know what the Republicans stand for. We know what the Democrat Party stands for. We have not been able to build our political institution based on ideas that people are a part of this institution because they share those ideas and they're willing to die for those ideas. So when you have weak political institutions and they get elected and they go to these they go to the house, lower upper house, it's easy for a president who have the money, who have the power. I mean, the president is so powerful to the point where the president can get a lawmaker, right? Remove, even if it's unconstitutional. What due process isn't even followed. The rules of the House are not even followed. That's how powerful the president is. And so,
and it brings
so
me
that's the
back to
point
my
that I'm making.
point. It brings me back to my point that people are arguing to my throat. The democracy is not working as it should. You know, the one that's working, that is voting part of it. They get called about this issue has been very much indeed marginalized for the past months. The people have no representation. You said Jacob Koruba is not a legitimate person you're impeaching, but you don't want to have no representative to put somebody that will in place and represent the people.
But democracy is also about influence and numbers. So just because the president has the influence and the numbers to whatever you want. Listen, influence matter, because you know what? If I was a lawmaker and I have principles and I represented the political institutions that had a mandate, I'm not only representing my constituents, but I'm representing the mandate of my political party, because those mandates reflect my own principles. And so I don't care what the president does. I am willing to fight for my principles and my views. I'm willing to fight for the views of my constituents. I'm willing to do those things. In Liberia, these politicians don't have principles. These political institutions don't have mandates. They are not formed based on shared ideas. They are formed either based on they men from Nima, they men from Basa, from Nima, from Basa, and my Basa brother. That man, yeah, he helped me a few years ago, so I got to support this man because I want to be loyal to this man. These are not institutional ideas. And so stronger political institutions will somehow, one way or the other, influence a stronger legislature, because these people will go representing their political parties and the ideas in which they were elected. These things are not happening. So the guys are worried about that brown envelope. How do I make quick money? Who has the influence? Oh, I'm scared. If I don't succumb to the president, this could happen. They are using the very democracy. They're using the laws, but they're using it in a very weakened way, right? To go after political opponents. And so there's a certain level of weakened political institution that is affecting our branches of government in many ways. But the president also has influence over our judiciary as well.
Yeah,
right?
so
I mean, so those are things that weakens our democracy, but it doesn't mean that the democracy isn't working.
But again, I will say this thing. I said the only part of our democracy that is working to a good extent is the fact that since 2005 we've been able to successfully have elections from one end to another with no little to no chaos. Our constitution has been abused. Democracy in Liberia is being abused every day. The people of district number 9 or 10 from where district number 10 where Kehleboe is from, Montserrat County, they are lacking the representation. Either they don't have the balls to go to that Capitol building and march and say, hey, just send us somebody if you don't want Kehleboe, or they just don't know exactly what their rights are. And this alone just underscores my point that Liberia democracy, the vast majority of the part that's supposed to work is not working. The one part that works that I listen to is the idea to vote. That's it. Other than that, it's not working. And even those votes are most of the time paid for because the people are poor. So at the end of the day, we just hear, we're saying these things, and sometimes it comes up, from a political standpoint. But the abuse of power is very, very much it's disrespectful and it's unpatriotic, regardless who you are for.
Yeah, but you said something just now before the point, man. I just slipped that point before Raul came in. What was it? You said you were talking about somebody. I just slipped that. You're saying?
I think what I said was, if I remember, I was discussing the constitution, democracy is being abused. It's not being practiced because, as a matter of fact, Kehleboe was impeached from his position.
Oh, okay, okay,
right? Right.
Yeah. It was
right.
Kehleboe situation. Up to now, the people of district number 10. Yeah. But part of the functioning democracy is the issue also the court. It is in the court, so the court is waiting for that term to discuss it.
And that means Jeka is not illegitimate. That means he's still a representative.
Of course, he's still a representative.
So as he's still representative, let him be making the decision in the house until they decide what happened.
And I agree with you from that perspective. And I think the government should allow. You see, and there where the part of the rule of law is not being, and no serious government. And I 100% agree with you. Yeke should be going back performing his tax.
Right.
Yeke should be paid for the period all the time they have and they are not paying him. You're right about that. You are very correct. Absolutely. And that side of it, that's why we say it's not perfect. That side of it, and I think the government as institution should instruct. If I were the person, I would instruct the executive to pay Yeke.
You got going paid for freedom of speech. Is that tracing you?
Yes.
But you say freedom of speech working. Like you don't want to defend freedom of speech. You say
Yeah,
working.
but these are some again. We look at the frequency of these things.
From your mouth to my ear.
The frequency of these things. Sometimes these things are they isolated in terms of
so as a communication
but these are very
person,
important issue also that those violations are
as a communication person that you say you are, right? It's matter who does what. The reason why it's important to know that this is wrong because this is orchestrated by the government. So one thing, if for example, it's trivial when something happens between Pewee, it's a nobody, and for lack of a better word, right? Pewee to it, for they are nobody, they ain't government. Even use, I can use it because you were in government before, right? But let me do it to somebody who had never been in government before, right? Something happened between us, it's trivial that people is a. But when the government is deliberately seeing herself in abusing the very democracy or democratic process that we're supposed to have, they want to come and say our democracy works. No, it's very much dehydrable. There's no reason, like you agree with me. There's no reason Yeka is not going out. That is not in session right now. There's no reason because the case is still pending.
Yeah. On the basis of the case being pending, Yeka should be going to work.
The man is not guilty until proven, right?
But Yeka, they are taking the decision on what they're going to do. They're going to keep it out with respecting the code. Then they go finally and they close it again. But
that's where
I thought that point is right. You're right about that. Yeka should be going to work. Yeka should be taking his pay.
That's why we have this platform. That's why we come and let people know what is wrong. We have a civil responsibility to cut our government off for whatever wrong they do and praise them for whatever right they do. We have that. We could just sit here, for example. Do you know the reason? And to be honest, our Liberian people are very the minds. Some of them, not all of them, I'll be very careful here, is very disabused to a point where they don't run to constructive dialogue. They run to play with a slandering people's name, cussing somebody out or lying on somebody. But this is a platform we have to say, listen, this is what we need to do as a matter of fact. This is wrong. Rather the people are district number 10. You guys are being abused and all the civil rights society in that country. I don't see which civil rights society is talking about this abuse of constitutional power, abuse of the constitution. Nobody's saying nothing about it. We all just sit there because you know why? The government go, wherever the government goes, we go. And this is wrong. This is tyranny at its higher extent. But nobody's talking about these things.
No, it's true. Actually, nobody's talking about it. I think. But we'll look more deeper into these things. These are important, critical issues that are part of the ingredients of democracy. These are different elements and other things. But from the station, I stand by what I said. It's working, but it's not perfect in Liberia. It's part of the perfection aspect of things. But I think everybody's slowly going. Almost 9:30. So let's do it. Let's call it a night.
Yeah, man. Thanks, brother. Let's do another time. I think I'll get another call here too.
Okay, man. All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.